Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And eventually, we will be talking to Mr. Ethan Van Sciver. He's delayed. I am not sure why, but that is okay. That is okay. I know he's a very busy man. And we just so happen to have another topic that we can briefly discuss in the meanwhile. And I don't know if you guys are aware, if all of you are aware, but there is some really interesting news in the election lawsuit ongoing fiasco, which is a whole bunch of stuff. And you can't sum it up. It's not one thing. It's a million things going on there. But the long and short is Texas has stepped in. The state of Texas, all of it, has stepped in to help resolve a significant problem that many of these lawsuits have had. And that problem is, who is actually a good plaintiff to overturn an election? Reasonable question. Reasonable question. You have some problems with the traditional ideas, like, is the Trump campaign the right holder? Is Donald Trump himself the right holder? Is Joe Biden the right holder? I don't know. These guys are candidates. They don't have a right to an elected office. They might have a right to a fair vote, but I don't know that they particularly do. Then you've got like individual representatives that have tried. You've got electors who have tried. Those electors and candidates themselves seem to be the best people to run them. But every single one of these lawsuits was running into basic problems with, are you the right person to bring this vote or to bring this lawsuit? And if you are the right person to bring this lawsuit, do you have enough evidence? Do you have enough allegations? Do you have enough anything to overcome, to justify overturning the votes of potentially millions of people? And courts were routinely coming up with the answer of no. Nobody seemed to have that. I don't know why that is. Like, I have my suspicions are that the courts just are unwilling to overturn those votes. But, they weren't willing. They just didn't do it routinely, over and over, just did not do it. So, with that said, Texas has come in with a lawsuit that has some tangential relation to fraud, but does not make specific allegations of fraud and does not base the lawsuit on allegations of fraud. Rather, Texas's lawsuit is based entirely on legal questions. Questions of law, and in particular, questions of law as they relate to the federal Constitution and its delegation of the voting, the elections and electors clauses. Its delegation to the state legislatures and the federal legislatures of their respective power to control elections. And then specifically beyond that, to non-legislative acts which violate those provisions. And if those acts are, as purely legal questions, unconstitutional, it doesn't matter how much fraud there is. It matters how many votes are not able to be counted. Because if the votes cannot be legally counted, then they're not legally cast, then they didn't occur. And so if those votes didn't occur, what would the outcome be? And since we can figure out what the outcome would be without the votes that they're talking about, specifically mail-in and absentee ballots that went through certain procedures that were not authorized by state legislatures, The solution is not to install a president through SCOTUS. The solution would then be to have SCOTUS inform the states that their legislatures need to choose the electors, which they have the power to do. They've always had the power to do, and Supreme Court jurisprudence says they will always have the power to do. It cannot be taken away. Absent a constitutional amendment, of course. So, that's a very interesting place to be. Texas has solved a lot of problems with these other suits. They've solved who's a proper... Well, what's the proper jurisdiction? They went straight to the Supreme Court because states, when suing other states, can do that. They are, and this falls under the court's original jurisdiction under Article 3, and that means that it's as close to the Supreme Court having to take a case as possible. To not take this case, basically the Supreme Court has to find, as a matter of constitutional law, that they don't have the authority to take it, which is unlikely because they're the only court with the authority to take it. A state can't sue another state in district court. If you did, if Texas tried to bring this lawsuit, say, in the Western District of Texas or the Central District of Oklahoma or something like that, I don't know if that's a real district, but maybe it is. If they tried to do that, then what would happen is it would be removed to the Supreme Court. There'd be a motion to remove it to the Supreme Court because you'd have to. That's who has jurisdiction over these matters. So that, that's one of the issues. So we don't have to go through all the lower court nonsense. They eliminated another issue. In all of the lower court cases, winning in the individual case wouldn't change the outcome of the election. That's a weird one. Winning wouldn't change the outcome of the election in a lower court case. It might change the outcome of the election in that state, but not the whole election. So judges were, put with a dilemma. Do we actually go ahead and engage in this very charged questions of law and fact, and then not actually have an impact on the election? So most of them decided not to. These are all part reasons that courts can be doing these things. But Texas says, if their questions of law are answered, they apply across all 4 of these states. And all 4 of these states will actually bring the amount of electoral votes to the number needed to have a problem, to either change the election or to invoke a 12th Amendment contingent election, depending on what happens. So that solved another problem. The remaining question is, does Texas in fact have standing to bring this suit? And that's a tougher one. It's probably the weakest argument in the case, and it's only weak because it hasn't really been done before. Remember, Bush v. Gore was not, other states versus Florida. It was Bush versus Gore, and it was about one particular county in Florida. There are plenty of issues where a state sues another state. However, the injuries to those states are likely a little more specific than they are in this one. And this is where the case tends to have the opportunity to run into some early struggle. So, is Texas uniquely situated among states to have an injury? Not really. Not really. At most, there's something like 30 states, or however many states Trump won, who have a similar injury to Texas, where they allege that they followed the law, they had a constitutional voting setup, and that therefore their votes are diluted or obviated by the unconstitutional acts of the other states of these 4 states who ended up voting for Biden. So I don't know if that injury is particularized enough to Texas to pass the standing test. I don't know if there is a regular standing test for states in Supreme Court. I don't know that, you know, the rules around this are a little bit different than the rules in any other type of case. Would it help if other states joined Texas? Maybe, maybe not. If they all have the same injury, maybe they, you know, do they all have to sue? Do we have to all have all of them sue? I don't know. Again, this is new territory for me. It's really new territory for the country and the Supreme Court. I'm sure they'll find it's just like some other case somewhere, because they always kind of do that. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. Yes, I know that other states are joining Texas. A couple states have joined on, with a rumored amount of up to something like 10 who are said to potentially join as well, and we will see what happens with that. The Supreme Court has asked for a response in the case, indicating that there is some movement on this. I don't know if they're going to do it as fast as possible. I have no idea. But I want to get back to, they basically have to take the case because it's original jurisdiction. They're the only court who can. I don't know where EVS is. I wish I did, but he's not here. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm delaying. Yeah, I am delaying. I've started the show. EVS better not be eating pie. EVS better not be eating pie. You want to see why? Look at this. What I have just for him. I have a quarter of a smoked apple pie waiting for EVS. So, I have a fresh glass that is waiting to have pie and whiskey in it together, and I will do a shot of apple pie as well. So I am with you guys. I am waiting. I'm anxious to talk about Reignbow the Brute. I know EVS has a complicated sleep schedule. So I don't know if he's taking a nap or whatever, and that's okay. But yeah, so we're just waiting, talking about some things. People might not know about the Texas case, which is a very, very interesting development. Briefly, someone mentioned the Act 77 case that was shut down. Mr. Dongs. Who is that? Is that you on Twitter? The Act 77 case in Pennsylvania. Someone mentioned that it was shut down. It actually wasn't. The preliminary injunctive relief that they requested was, but they didn't actually determine that they weren't going to grant cert in the case yet. They may do that. But they didn't actually do that yet. No, Corey Leon, it's okay. Tim Pool may end up being right about that. There's nothing. By refusing the injunction today, then they've prevented that case from having a specific effect on the Pennsylvania election. However, they also did receive overnight this lawsuit from Texas. And so here's a thought to entertain. The Supreme Court was facing 3 cases from Pennsylvania, 3 Sidney Powell cases, Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin, I think. They were facing cases in Arizona. They were facing cases in probably another case in Michigan, maybe a case in Nevada. I don't know how many. The Supreme Court handling all those cases separately, or even all of them consolidated into one thing, faced a big dilemma. How do we do this with enough time? And then Texas comes along and says, let me fix that for you. Here's one case that is entirely based on law instead of questions of fact. So I can talk about that for a little bit too. Yes, and for those of you who don't know, we are stalling. Questions of law rather than fact. The Supreme Court is not a fact-finding court. It is unique in that it is not particularly a fact-finding court. Trial courts are fact-finding courts. Appellate courts are not. Appellate courts answer questions of law. Trial courts answer questions of fact. That's how the setup goes. So, when you bring a case to the Supreme Court like Texas has done, they were very careful not to make specific allegations that rely on a factual question. They have some facts in there, sure. They've brought an expert to do some statistical analysis, and what he does, though, is he raises the specter of doubt in the case, and but all of the questions that can be answered by the court are questions of law, and they don't rely on the expert being correct. It's kind of a weird thing. The only facts that would be on there, I believe, have been stipulated by the states in lower court issues, like the number of absentee ballots, for example, stuff like that. They've certified these results, so these numbers are based on official numbers that the states are providing. It would be very hard for them to dispute these facts. If there are no facts in dispute, then the Supreme Court doesn't need to ask factual questions. They don't need to have witness testimony. They don't need any of that stuff. They can just go to the straight issue. Is this a question of law? This is another problem with the Sidney Powell cases and the lower court cases that all got dismissed at the early stage. Since they all got dismissed early, none of them got to make any factual assertions that the lower courts could resolve. So if they were appealed, they'd be appealed on these narrow issues of whether or not the lower court's decisions were right, not whether or not the underlying case was solid, because they don't have a fact-based case. It hadn't been made to a lower court. So there are lots of reasons why this Texas case is not a giant doom pill and is not automatically bound to lose. However, let me just go ahead and mildly doom pill. I don't even give it 50-50 odds on overturning the election. It very well might. I think it's the best case that they've put forward so far, that anybody has put forward. It's actually a very well-written case. There are very few typos in it. The legal reasoning is very, very strong. But you are still talking about overturning a presidential election through the judiciary, and they just may not want to do that. So, but if there's a case to do it, of all the cases that have come forward, this is the one. This is the one that hits the boxes. This is the one that eliminates a lot of the questions. So, whoo, whoo, hoo, hoo. All right. Well, in the meanwhile, bowl cut nationalist. What is this? I don't know the tune of this, but he wants me to say this in my best Texan accent. She's the sweetest little rosebud Texas ever knew. Her eyes are bright as diamonds. They sparkle like the dew. You may talk about your Clementine and sing of Rosalie, but the yellow rose of Texas is the only girl for me. So thank you, Bowl Cut Nationalist, for that. Why does the official face mask look like a branded green diaper? It is a diaper for your face. It prevents shit from coming out of your mouth. Let's see. Danny Grimm says ballots are not people. How can they presume they'd be disenfranchising voters? It's not a question of if that perspective is correct. It's just the perspective that they have. When a court is asked to undo X 100,000 mail-in ballots, for example, they know that at some amount of those are people who voted. That somebody's vote is not going to count because they're invalidating this big block of votes. And they don't want to. Like I said, it's not a question of whether that perspective is the right one. It's just the one that they have as expressed in their opinions over and over and over again. So I know all of the, I get all of the counter arguments. It's not my argument that is the proper thing. That's just what every single judge has ended up saying. I'm not going to overturn hundreds of thousands or millions of votes. Chris French upgraded to super lawyer status. Thank you. 200 Watt Studio says, where the F is EVS, Nikki? Well, I assume he's indisposed, but you know, he has the link in his inbox and we will get him when he gets here. So he might, you know what might happen? I think this happened before. EVS might think it's an hour later than it is. Because I'm pretty sure we had this a different time where he popped in. He didn't realize the time zone difference was 1 hour. He thought it was 2 or something. And so he was a bit late. So that is a possible thing. So we'll see. From Eggman says, we need some apple pies to summon EVS. Where are the pies, Nikki boy? They're right here. Look at this. Look at this. I put it on stream. I put the pie down just for you guys. Oh, I have to clear up something. Not really clear up something. I have to kind of announce something. This week, this is probably the last nighttime show this week, as I am going to Road Rage. And I, in my brain, forgot that I would be going to... I'm going to Road Rage on Thursday, but I'm going to a hotel tomorrow. And so I'm probably not going to be doing a show because I'll be going to a hotel to then get on the plane in the morning. So I don't think I'll have a show tomorrow. I will make the caveat that I may try to do some streaming from Road Rage, but I can't make any promises, mainly because the amount of intoxication going around at a Road Rage might be enough to get the state of Florida shut down. So there you go. But yeah, I am potentially going to do a daytime stream tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be able to. And if I do, it'll be about this Texas lawsuit. 200 Watt Studio says, Nikki, call EVS at his home. Do it, Nikki. I don't have his phone number. Who do you think I am? You think I'm Vox Day? You think I have Ethan's phone number just at hand? I don't have it. What's a Road Rage? Road Rage is the Dick Show live show. It's the Dick Show live show. And it will be... They're usually fun. It's basically a multi-day party with like a 1 to 2 hour live show thrown in there. It's great. I love ad blocks, says Jeb. Benjamin Myers says, what do you think about the China infiltration that is essentially proven? How are they getting away with that? Also, having the extra vid from blonde braid gal's mom. What WTF with all of that? I don't know. Look, I haven't really delved into the deep lore on the Dominion servers and all of that stuff, because I hate to say it this way, it's basically not legally relevant. The courts have said over and over they're not really interested in that narrative. They don't think it's fleshed out enough to be sufficient. It's great for the political side of it. It's not great for the legal side of it. So I haven't been digging into it. I've been reading up on all of these lawsuits and looking at the legal challenges that are out there. The political challenges are completely different animals, and I have not had the energy to look into it. Plus, it's hard to filter out good information from bad information on that stuff. I don't have the energy for it. You can find that information on other channels that are better suited to digging into that stuff. That's not my cup of tea. Amateur Anth says, Nick, call the fatty. Rude, but I don't have his phone number. And people are talking about Swallowwell's cheese, Chinese spy. I don't know anything about that. Mithrin Emrys says, Nick being like, see that hope over there? Let me just squish that a little bit there for you, son. Take that doom pill and like it. Seriously, though, good points for people to keep in mind. I don't want to be the doom pill guy. I would much rather be like, yeah, Texas! Because that's how I felt when I saw the lawsuit. That's how I still feel. That's what I want to say. I want to be like, get them! But I can't do that just yet. I can't do that. I've sent him DMs. I don't know where he is. You guys are tweeting him. So, I think I put the right time on the thing. Let's see. Yeah, 11 p.m. Central. It's on there. But here's what I said. So if you guys know my guest Ty Beard and I have talked about this. Ty says from time to time, he says Oklahoma makes Texas look like a bunch of liberals. And I think Texas maybe heard that. Maybe Texas heard that, and that's why this lawsuit exists. Let's see. Alex D says, I understand the judges, but validating those ballots from out-of-state and fraudulent ballots will invalidate millions of votes from angry Republicans. Yep, you're 100% right. You are not a wrong person. But what I will humbly counter with, and this isn't much of a counter, it's just a thought, that those judges don't see them as causing those votes to invalidate someone else's. But if they were to overturn 1 million mail-in ballots, they would be invalidating a vote. It's a weird and subtle distinction. Like, them allowing the fraudulent votes isn't their fault, but them overturning ballots is their fault. And again, I'm not saying that's the right perspective. I'm just saying it's a perspective that I think judges have. Angry Baneling says, enjoy road rage, record stuff, and put up clips. We'll see. We'll see. I might be making short videos about what happens with the election, because the election lawsuit, this Texas lawsuit, is going to probably be moving as the weekend progresses, because it has to. It has to move quickly to get past the the congressionally set deadline of December 14th. So that'll be interesting. But other than that, you want clips from road rage. I mean, maybe there will be something to record. I don't know. We'll see. Urashima Otaru says it's an ass-backwards perspective. Well, you have to remember that judges aren't people. Judges are monsters wearing robes. Ringwraither says, hey, Nick, have you considered covering the legal actions and decisions done by Nintendo to the Smash community? I think a lot of people would be appreciative of the legal rundown of all they've done. yes, I have considered it. No, I have not really read up on it. People have talked, they've mentioned it a lot. I know there's a lot of weird stuff going down. Nintendo has a very strange relationship with the Smash and streaming community. And it's almost like Nintendo doesn't understand that area of business or community. But I have considered covering it. I just haven't got around to reading it yet. This election stuff has consumed everything that I've been doing lately because it is the most important legal topic that exists in America right now. It just is. And it's going to go away. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's going to go away at the absolute latest. It'll be gone by Inauguration Day in January, but most likely this stuff will be done well before then. We're talking in the next week to 2 weeks. So that has been consuming most of my time. It's why I have not commented heavily or really looked into heavily the updates in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. There's some big tomfuckery going on with his legal team. And his legal defense. There's some, baffling failures on motions to dismiss by the judge on some of the issues, especially. Like, I get that the judge wants to take it to trial in the shootings, but Kyle illegally possessing a firearm is not in the statute. The statute allows a minor to possess a long rifle. It does not allow them to possess a pistol or a short-barreled shotgun. Those are different things. But a long rifle, which is what he had, is legal under the statute that he's being charged under. So why that wasn't dismissed, I don't know. I don't know if it was shit argument by the defense counsel. I don't know what that is. But that'll go to trial. He shouldn't be guilty of that because it's not against the law. And the fact that they didn't just grab the judge by his robes or reach under the robes and grab his naked body and say, "Hey, this isn't against the law." The fact that they haven't done that pisses me off. Check Ethan's Twitter. What about it? What happened to all of his tweets? Is he deleting a bunch of tweets? I can't, I mean, he has tweets. Well, considering I talked to Ethan on Twitter earlier today, I'm sure that's at Adeptus Astartes. I'm sure it is. Let's see. I see his tweet from 8 hours ago. I actually don't see a tweet from an hour ago. Oh, wait. Yeah, I do. I do. I don't know. It's okay. We will persist on. I'm saving the EVS super chats for him. I'm saving any of those for him, and I'm just reading the ones that have come in that are not related to him at all. I'm damaged goods to him now. Yes. Yes, there we go. Let's see. Ace of Spades says, "Hey Nick," in Kermit voice. Sorry guys. Sorry I'm late, guys, but I was watching my favorite YouTuber, Legal Eagle. He taught me I shouldn't be late, so I came as soon as I could. Legal Eagle #1. So there you go. Mithrin Emrys says, "We should start a betting pool on why SCOTUS will refuse to take the case. 1, no reason given." I don't think they can do that. I mean, I don't know how they can. Of course they can, because who do you appeal it to? But with this, they have original jurisdiction, and there's case law that says it's non-discretionary. 2, lack of standing. That's got my bet. 3, latches. If they apply latches to this, I would be very disappointed in the Supreme Court not hearing a state on the merits. 4, due process. Maybe, or 5, some random case from the 16 or 1700s. That's always possible too. I think it's 2. 2 is my bet. 200-watt studio says, EVS, sorry for the delay, but he was on Legal Eagle. Nova Zero says, so better to allow fraud and make the election mean nothing than to disenfranchise people's votes that don't mean anything. Yep, system works, everyone. We defeated corruption, or we're a lawful society. Yep. Look, again, I don't hold those views, but I think that it's clear that judges do. Garrett Graves says, Nick, I wanted to see if you got my email about getting you, Drexel, and my friend who is a PhD specializing in men's psych health issues together. Let me know if I can facilitate a convo. Yes, I did get your email, and I need to respond to it. So, Sargon name checks me? What does name checks mean? Have you painted anything else recently or bought any new toys? The painting I've done so far, my most recent, I did the line work on this, and I added a wash to make it kind of glossy. Just those edges, that edge trim work or whatever is what I did. So that's same with over here. I might clean up some of those little pipes or whatever, but those are going to be behind the guy anyway, so it probably doesn't matter. I haven't done anything since then because I need to re-prime this guy. The priming job I did was terrible. I'm going to sand him and prime him a little bit better and see if that helps the paint stick. Because this one, it just didn't. The paint was having trouble adhering even after priming. So there's that. But that's the last thing I did. The toys that I bought are upstairs. I'm going to probably do a review on them when I get back. It's I got the Samsung 85-inch Q90 TV, which is fucking beautiful. I haven't bought a new TV in like 13 years, and this one is fantastic. So that's fun. And then with that, I got the Samsung Q950T soundbar and surround sound speakers and subwoofer, and it was the easiest thing to set up that I've ever set up, which was baffling to me. I'm not normally a fan of like all-inclusive surround sound units. This one, of course, has Dolby Atmos and stuff like that. But normally I'm a fan of putting together your own sort of system with a receiver and stuff like that. But it is hard to argue with just how damn easy it was to put this thing together. You plug in the rear speakers into the wall, you plug in the subwoofer into the wall, then you plug the soundbar into the TV and into the wall, and it connects all of them automatically, and then it works. It was great. It was great. Your new TV is watching you. It doesn't have a camera on it. So the last step of that TV will be to have the person mount it. Someone's going to come mount it on I think on the 19th. And yes, everybody who's like, oh, you're going to have someone else do it? Yes, I am. I am, because Drexel and I lifted that TV up onto its stand and then lifted it and the stand up onto its spot. And it weighs way too much for me to trust myself in mounting it. I will make a professional mount it, and if they drop it, they can buy another one. fucking, the thing weighs 120 pounds. It's not like you could just hold it up easily. It takes a significant amount of effort to do it. Don Gamer Guy, no, wiring and optimizing sound setups isn't difficult, but it's time consuming. It's annoying to run wire all over the place. These all just connect. I mean, they connect through a proprietary, I think, a Wi-Fi system, and it's just really convenient. I can see why people like them. Because I have family members who ask me to come over and fix their sound system and stuff like that, and it's like, if they had this, all they'd have to do is press a button. Beautiful. How is it not easy? He said 120 pounds. There's a difference between moving a 120-pound thing and holding a 120-pound thing up onto mounting brackets that, if they're not secured properly in the wall, will fall to their doom. So, yeah, like I said, just as soon make someone else do that for me. It costs $100 to have it installed. I'm definitely gonna have someone else do that. Nova Zero says, you're saying your TV was too thick for Drexel, so much so that he had to get the darn thing snacks. He tagged you in and you both still lost? I mean, come on, fat. Oh, 200 Watt Studio says, this stream is a big letdown, Nikki, just saying. Don't know what to tell you, homie. Don't know what to tell you. I'm here to talk about Reignbow Brute, and would love to talk about the Comicsgate trademark issue with Ethan, but I can't make someone arrive. So, yeah. Mr. Jamestown, there will be more watch parties. I've just been really enjoying playing the Skyrim character lately, and unfortunately there are a bunch of people who can't participate in the watch parties because of the region locking that Amazon does. Yeah, I'm gonna back Reignbow Brute. I was gonna do it on stream while Ethan talked about it. Did EVS get a subpoena to appear on stream? I should send him one. Send Shane Holmberg the link then, says 200 Watt Studio. No. No. I don't ever want to talk to that weirdo again. Amateur Ant says, start refunding EVS. That'll get his attention, lol. No, no, no. Oh, yeah, guys, Quartering is pushing towards 1 million subscribers. He's 7,000 away. So if you know anybody's password who isn't subscribed to him, log into their YouTube account and subscribe to him. No, I'm not drinking a White Claw. This is Bubbler antioxidant sparkling water. It's blood orange mango. It's really good. I think it has caffeine in it. Yeah, it's got a bunch of caffeine. Oh, it's just tasty. No, I'm waiting. I'm going to put pie in a shot glass, and then I'm going to soak that pie in whiskey, and then I'm going to take a shot of actual apple pie whiskey rather than like this this is apple pie moonshine, but I'm going to take a shot of apple pie whiskey. But again, I'm waiting for Ethan. So, but speaking of which, the Quartering is as far away from 1 million subscribers as I am from 100,000. So I'm kind of pumped for that. I think he'll get there first, though. You need to leave the pie on the windowsill to lure out a sleeping EVS. Well, we'll see if he shows up in about 10 minutes. I think, like I said, if my estimates are correct, he might have gotten the time zone mixed up. And if that's the case, then he'll be on hopefully in about 9 minutes. And look, I have it all set up to go. There's Mirror Me. You guys can see that. Yay! It's all set up for when he pops in. 100 shots at 100,000 subscribers. Yes, my tombstone can be my silver play button. Let's see. We've got Blaine20 says, Rando thought. Someone asked about Minecraft stream. What's on the shelf under Broly? Would Glen 16 warmed with a dash of cinnamon taste good? I don't know. What's on the shelf under Broly? Wait, are you talking about Goku or are you talking about this? This is the Ephrail Stern box set, the Heretic Saint Warhammer, the Demonifuge. So it's got a graphic novel here, which is actually this graphic novel right here, but it's condensed down for this set. And it's also got a it's got a regular novel as well. And then there's a bunch of shit in this box, like some art, and there's a wax set for stamping your letters, and a pin and stuff like that. So it's just one of the supreme grift, by the way, is that of Warhammer Black Library and Games Workshop. They're the ultimate grift. I need to redo my shelves at some point. Because I have so many new books that they're all upstairs. They're all up in my upstairs closet because I ran out of room down here for all of the books. Joseph Kerwin. As for the warmed up Glen 16 with a dash of cinnamon, maybe. Joseph Kerwin says, can it be argued that a state's electors are fixed in quantity and so can't be inflated to dilute another state's vote? That's a good argument. The short answer is yeah, you can argue anything. I don't know if they will make that argument, but yeah, you could say here's, I guess, the simpler version is Texas has a given amount of electors that is unique to Texas. So Texas is particularly damaged to the number of its electors, and every other state would be particularly damaged to their number of electors. So Texas is separately situated from Louisiana or Florida or Maine or whoever. So yeah, I mean, they can make those arguments if the Supreme Court wants to raise an argument over standing. I don't know if they will. Bad Vibe says, lynch this boomer up by his nose. Blame EVS. Frederick Little says, hey, Nick, what's up? Hope you're well. Also, can you do your Bill Clinton impersonation? Well, what do you want me to say? I mean, I can talk like Bill a little bit. I was disappointed to see the Attorney General of Arkansas, although she is a lady and I like to look at ladies. I was disappointed to see that lady siding with the great state of Texas in its evil crusade to disenfranchise my wife's stealing of the election. But I must admit that I would be happy to see her in some other ways. Alex C says, become el slutum. BLM cum slut. Lovely. Yeah. That depends on what your definition of is. But I did not have sexual relations with a bad dragon dildo. Not a single time. I'm tired of people saying I did. I did not. It was at least 4 times. Razgriz Reborn says, Nick, when can we get a Dune stream with Peacock and Ty with the movie coming out? I need that. Yeah, I'll see if I can arrange that. It'll be me tied down to a table with headphones on and Ty and Peacock just spitting Dune facts into my ears all day. Careful, Nick, that voice might get you in trouble with another Monica. Well, look, last time I got into trouble with Monica, it was at least fun at first. Amateur Anth says, EVS got Jim Hansen with his new rap van. Jim Henson? Oh my god. Are you saying Chris Hansen? Oh, goodness gracious. You need to hear Peacock's righteous and justified anger at this coof bullshit. Well, Peacock will be at Road Rage. So I will be hanging out with Peacock. Maybe he and I can stream some sort of thing together. Again, if he wants to, I don't know. We'll have to see that. Pull down your pants, then your Clinton impression will be complete. Who says I'm wearing pants? Who says I'm wearing pants? Does Clinton have a thing for Drexel? Well, Hillary did say she keeps a bottle of hot sauce in her purse everywhere she goes. I give her some hot sauce this morning. It was not satisfying. Any chance of getting Ty and Drexel to do a show while you were gone? They did well enough last time. No, there'd be no way to really operate it. Get Yellow Flash 2 on. Did you see that anti-gun Santa make that 4-year-old cry? Thoughts? Yeah, I wanted to talk to Ethan about that too, because he just did a video on it. I don't think Doug's actually on here. This is a little bit late. What's the 42-year-old moomer? Oh. Oh. Let's see. Wait, who? There was a resignation letter. Whose resignation letter? To Governor DeSantis. Oh, here we go. Office of General Counsel Ron DeSantis. 12th Judicial Circuit JNC. Dear Mr. Jaquat, I hereby resign my position as Commissioner and Vice Chair for the 12th Circuit Judicial Nominating Commission. It's been my honor to serve on the commission for over 10 years. In that time, we have reshaped the judiciary in this circuit with highly qualified, intelligent jurists of the highest integrity, and I am proud to have been a part of that. I've been increasingly alarmed by the governor's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Pandemic! Can we call it the pandemic from now on? I believe the policy of this state towards COVID is reckless and irresponsible. I remain in my position because health policy was unrelated to my job on the JNC. However, the recent events regarding public access to truthful data on the pandemic and the specific treatment of Rebecca Jones has made the issue now a legal one rather than just medical. I have followed the events with Miss Jones, seen the quality of her replacement, and reviewed the search warrant that led to her home being raided yesterday by multiple armed officers. Oh yeah, that's crazy shit. Based on what I have seen and read, I find these actions unconscionable. Even if the facts alleged are true, I would still call her a hero. I also find Mr. Piccolo's statements that the governor was unaware of the raid not credible. Look, go on. Governor DeSantis, he wasn't aware. He wasn't aware of the raid. You can't hold him responsible for that, Gohan. You have to be responsible for yourself. Please take action to fill my vacancy on the JNC as soon as practicable. I no longer wish to serve the current government of Florida in any capacity. Wow. Wow, okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Adeptus Astartes. Yeah, I'm sure Ethan is very, very concerned. Fuck off, bitch. Fuck off. Eat shit. Like, go concern troll somewhere else. Go away. Later. Oh my gosh. Are you gonna play Cyberpunk? Yeah. I will play Cyberpunk. I will. I have bought Cyberpunk. Oh, I guess it releases what? Sometime today? Let's see. Respect CD Projekt Red. What life path? I don't know. I don't know anything about Cyberpunk. I know zero about it. Oh, it unlocks in 18 hours still. So, doesn't look like I'll be playing it till after I get back from Road Rage. Which, that's a shame. That is a shame. Since someone brought it up, if anybody is curious about what that weirdo was talking about, someone, if you're not aware, there are some DM leaks from Ethan Ralph. Ethan Ralph is the host of the Kill Stream. There are some leaks about, or some leaks of his DMs allegedly. I mean, they look real to me. I don't know, but where he was attempting to entice, coerce, I don't know, something, his young pregnant girlfriend into a polyamorous situation, which I find polyamorous situations to be degenerate and disgusting and terrible. I think they're awful for anything. Look, if you want to bang multiple people at once, that's fine. If you want to have a committed relationship, I don't think that poly is the way to go. That's been my position on poly forever. You want to screw up that relationship, go ahead. But that alleged leak occurred, and then because of quote-unquote my silence on the issue, I apparently condone this. He is also accused by her, I think. I don't even know if this is right, so I might be getting this wrong. Because, believe it or not, I don't read about Ethan Ralph. I don't follow his life. His life happens in Virginia or wherever he lives, and my life happens in Minnesota. But he is accused by some, I think including her, of strangling her at some point. Now, importantly, I'm not aware of a police report. I'm not aware of any charges being filed. And so my position on this has been the same as it. Look, if someone abuses you, call the cops. And until I see something like that, I don't know what else to say. But yeah, this is important to remember that this person has lied about these types of things before. So, who knows? Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. I didn't even know it was happening in any specific sort of way outside of some super chats the other day. Until yesterday, really, I guess. Yesterday morning, was it? Was it just yesterday morning? When someone tweeted that my silence on the matter was condoning the issue. My silence on the matter is because I don't fucking care what goes on in the life of Ethan Ralph. I'm going to see him at Road Rage Tampa. I guess that means that I am in control of what he does. I don't know how that works, but maybe that is what is happening. So my official comment is, yeah, I think poly relationships are a disaster. Don't do them. And if you get choked out by your boyfriend, call the cops immediately. And also don't hit women. but I don't know if any of that stuff is true. If it is true, bad guy. Holy shit! Hello, sir.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
It's 1 a.m. I didn't realize that the distance between your time and my time was so great.
It's not. You're an hour late.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're on, by the way, just letting you know.
Wait a second. Oh.
Yeah, you're an hour ahead of me.
What? Okay, I'm so sorry. I went, oh, it's not time yet. And then I sat on the couch and I started reading a biography of Fatty Arbuckle. I had a Coke and a smile, and then passed out, just fell asleep.
No,
and then woke up like, oh, okay, I'm only 2 minutes late. Let's go.
I figured that's what happened, because I think that's what happened before, is that mixed up on the time zone difference, and it's fine. It's fine. No worries, man.
No problem. Wonderful. I'm so sorry. Have you been vamping for an hour?
Yes. Actually, all I've said for the past hour is just Ethan Van Sciver. Ethan Van Sciver.
Van Sciver. Well, I'm very, very sorry. Hello, everyone. Holy cow, what a day! I'm so sorry, Nick. And I was like, 2 hour difference. Okay, all right. I'm here. I'm with you. I'm all good. I'm ready to chat and be vivacious and charming and all this stuff, and apologize profusely.
Oh my God, I will never forgive you.
I know. Holy cow. Fatty Arbuckle, do you think he actually did that or what?
I'm not familiar with the story. I mean, I know that there's something he's alleged to have done, but I don't know what it is. So fill me in, since you were reading about it.
Well, he allegedly inserted a Coke bottle into a woman and she bled out.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And this was in the 1920s when people just didn't do things like this, I mean, so
right. Today you'd put that on your OnlyFans.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, I was watching a Joe Rogan and somebody recommended this book. I can't remember who I was watching, but who was it? But I was just like, oh shit, I got to read that. I got to read a biography of Fatty Arbuckle, and just immediately put me to sleep. So yeah. He may have done it. He may not have. People might have lied about him. People may have lied about Fatty Arbuckle. And
wait,
who are these perverts who would make that up?
Are you saying people would lie before the internet existed?
Yes, this was like pre-internet bullshit. And it was William Randolph Hearst newspaper that just ran with this story. Like, he was at a party with some young girl, and she ended up dying. And then somehow the story became he killed her, but then it was he raped her and she died because he crushed her because he was Fatty Arbuckle. And when you're overweight, like, you get on top of a woman and you flatten her out. But then somehow it got even worse, and it became something about a Coke bottle, and think about the serrated edges of an early Coke bottle.
Yeah, the cap or whatever, I would guess.
Yeah, and that became the story, and it ruined him. I mean, instantly ruined him.
Me Too before it was cool.
Yeah, and he couldn't really answer for himself, and he took up heroin, and that was it. I mean, that's the next thing that you do, is take up heroin,
right
after that rumor comes out about you. So he just said something interesting. He just said, he said, what people think about me and what I think about myself are wildly divergent matters. And I said, that's good.
True of us all, isn't it?
Yes. I said, that's great news, because people don't think good things of you. But that was interesting. So how are you?
I'm good, man. Look at this. I've been.
You are having pie.
I've got a quarter of an apple pie, and I have a shot glass, and I'm going to put a bite of pie in a shot of whiskey and consume the whole thing at once.
Now, hold on a second. Is such a thing possible? Is it legal?
It shouldn't be, but I'm going to do it. Oh, and this is a special pie. This is a smoked apple pie.
No, you talked about putting an apple pie in a smoker before.
That's what I did.
And can I see it again? Can I see the end result?
Yeah, you can see a little bit of maybe there's some smoke residue up on the thing. It's black speckles. It looks like cinnamon, but there's no cinnamon on this pie. Cinnamon's all in it. So,
Wow.
it's pretty good. It has the crust got like some pork flavor kind of infused in it. Which sounds weird, but trust me, it's better than that sounds. It's
pork it's unexpected. Like, you don't necessarily want pork with your apple pie, but then again, pork and apple goes together all right.
It does. And it's something about that smoke in the crust. But yeah, so I'm gonna work on that. But
I got to see that happen. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. So,
I don't have any.
No pie?
No, I have no pie in the house.
Did Fatty Arbuckle kill your pie with a Coke bottle?
I wouldn't be surprised at this point. I'm ready to blame him for anything and everything. You know, that guy. You hear what he does with women and Coke bottles? Today, it's Christmas. It's Christmas. We should be talking about better things than this. It's Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you, man. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving, too.
I got in such trouble for Thanksgiving for the exact same thing I did to you. I all I do is work. I'm working on like 2 books at once. I'm like drawing constantly. I'm getting my YouTube stuff going. And my wife invited all of her family over. Look at that. Cheers. Salute.
I don't know how this is going to work. So I'll let you tell the Thanksgiving story while I die doing this.
Yeah, like my wife had her entire family over. I just fell asleep on the couch, snoring like a bastard. Okay, you just scoop that into your mouth and then boom. So what is that like?
Horrifying.
Whiskey and apple pie together.
That was more difficult than I imagined it going, but not bad actually. Once it got in there, pretty good. I've got a good smoky whiskey too. But
you're a whiskey guy. My wife asked me what to get for Christmas. I don't want anything but whiskey. I said, get me some good whiskeys. I don't really drink them, but I like to have them.
Why do you have? What do you have them for if not to drink?
To look at. They look good. They look good in my bar. People come over and go, "Oh, you're a fan. You're a man of fine, distinctive taste." And I go, "Yes." And what's your favorite whiskey? I don't know the blue one. I like the blue one. I don't really drink very much. I should drink a lot more. I really should, but I just don't. I don't get to drink very much.
Well, you're busy.
I'm working. I'm drawing. Like I said, I'm drawing constantly. I'm just trying to get things done. Got Rainbow Brute going. Got Cyberfrog. And also I'm becoming more of a publisher. I'm publishing other people's stuff.
Nice.
Which is a lot of work in and of itself. But I want to talk to you about. Rainbow Brute. That's what I've got going on right now. And I threatened to publish this a long time ago, and you liked it. You actually liked this idea.
Oh, I love it. You know what? With Sight Unseen, I brought this up to my wife, and I was like, "Hey, look what my friend Ethan's working on right now. It's Rainbow Brute." She loved it. Like, just looked at it and immediately loved it because she loved Rainbow Bright, as a kid, and she's like, "Oh my God, this is so funny," and I love the tagline or whatever. It's like the story of a father and his soul or whatever.
It's meant to be an insult. Like, it's meant to sort of strike back against women, and unfortunately, women really like it. And I feel like I
you
goofed.
Failed somehow.
Yeah, this is meant to be like, no, that kind of a thing. I'm supposed to be getting them upset. But yeah, we started doing this thing, Rainbow Brute, a long time ago. For people, wow, you have like 1,500 people watching right now, and I'm a mess. I bought this. Bought a gigantic golden lion chain for around my neck. I'm looking for a Jesus one.
Oh, is it going to be even bigger than the lion one? Like, are you
Way
going to
bigger.
upgrade in size until you're the Flavor Flav of comics?
Well, I already am, but yeah, I was thinking. I went to the mall. I saw a big Jesus head, like this big, a big gold Jesus head, and I felt like I wasn't cool enough to wear that. But now I'm working up to it. This is the lion is pretty good. It's a start. So I will next time you see me, I'll wear a Jesus head.
That'll be great. I'm gonna
yeah,
pull
yeah.
up. I'm gonna pull up on stream the Rainbow Brute campaign if you want to kind of walk us through it, and then I'm gonna back it on stream. But I'm gonna ask you what level I should back it at. I'm gonna get your professional opinion on what level, but we can talk about it in a minute.
Okay.
So here I have it pulled up. Rainbow the Brute. Here's a big blast of high tea sunshine for you. And immediately, like, I love the art. He's a big giant Viking man in the gayest outfit I've ever seen.
Yes, I guess you could say that. I'm hearing a lot of people say, wait a second, like, I'm feeling represented here. A certain segment of the population feels represented by Rainbow the Brute, and that's cool.
Does he only have 4 fingers on each hand?
No, we decided that. We decided that it is only 4 fingers. It was going to be 5 for a little while. I counted Rainbow Bright's fingers. I think she does have 5. But I chickened out, and it's only going to be 4. That's official. That is a doctrine. That is canon.
Okay.
So a while ago.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
So a while ago, like, I was looking around, and I noticed that there were too many girls in pop culture.
Yes.
Everything seemed to be skewed towards women. And not only that, not only was everything skewed towards women and feminism, but there weren't enough men. Oh, not only that. Oh, hold on a second. And then also women were getting into men's stuff. Women ruin everything that they touch.
Speaking of, just on a side tangent, have you heard that Margot Robbie is rumoredly set to replace Johnny Depp as Captain Jack Sparrow in the next Pirates movie?
Do you see what I'm saying? See what we're going through?
So, okay, are they going to make Margot Robbie into Jack Sparrow, or is she going to be like some successor to Jack, and she'll carry on the Pirates line? I can't figure this out. It doesn't make sense to me. That sounds fucking terrible.
They're trying this over and over again, and they're hoping eventually it works, to take men's stuff and just put women in there instead, and then declare inclusion and representation, and then just let women run with it. And we all remember what happened with Ghostbusters.
It was a smashing success.
Yes, Ghostbusters 2016. Everybody loved that. We can't, America cannot get enough of sarcastic lesbians. They can't get enough of it.
Oh my God. That's what I want when I'm ordering, food. I want to have a sarcastic lesbian come up and complain about something. When I'm watching TV, when I'm cooking, when I'm sleeping alone, I actually want a sarcastic lesbian to come up and comment on my flannel pants and be like, I'd wear that as a jacket if they weren't on your legs. Right? Like, I can't get enough of them. They're wonderful, wonderful people.
Yes, so it's so funny. Everybody really likes sarcastic lesbians. Everything should be Rachel Maddow, like a single flavor of Rachel Maddow. So we're trying to bring Rachel Maddow into everything in pop culture, and it's just, in my opinion, it's not working. In my opinion, it's not working. In my opinion, if we would just make things more heterosexual male, it might work. If we brought more, and not to be a bigot, not to be racist, but if we could make it more heterosexual white male all the time. I know it hasn't been tried.
No, it's like communism. It's never been done right before.
That's right. It's never. But you know what? I have a feeling like it would work if it was tried. If everything was heterosexual white male, it might work. And sorry about that, but it is true. And we're trying that out with Rainbow the Brute.
That wasn't an
Now,
actual cis white male. That was a fake cis white male. There were flaws with it, but when we tried cis white male the next time, it'll be okay.
yeah, next time we just have to do it the right way. The first few times it was soy. It was tried. All right, let's try this. Let's try to make it. Let's try to. So, Rainbow Bright was a fairly successful girls' toy property in the 1980s. She rode a horse. There were rainbows involved. Were there rainbows involved? Did you ever watch a Rainbow Bright?
You know, I know, because I have an older sister. I know for a fact I watched Rainbow Bright in the 80s, but I cannot for the life of me remember it. So
yeah, I did a video where I made someone sit through every Rainbow Bright television commercial. We were doing research for Rainbow the Brute, and
yeah,
we watched every Rainbow Bright commercial. I think rainbows were involved, and little fuzzy animals were involved too.
yeah,
I don't remember what they were doing.
I believe this 100% without evidence. I
take my word for it.
I did.
Yeah. All right. So it was good, but there weren't enough heterosexual white males in it. In fact, zero. There might have been some males, but they were definitely gay. And so we're gonna try this. I took the idea, the concept, and replaced it. I did some gender swapping. Replaced it with Rainbow the Brute. His name is Rainbow.
Yep.
He is he's the last real man in fairyland. The last real man in fairyland. And the whole story is, okay, he and by the way, this is parody and satire. Okay, we're not infringing on anything. We're allowed to do parody and satire.
Absolutely.
But the whole story is, Rainbow the Brute is a real man's man. He had a one-night stand with a Polly Pocket 15 or 16 years ago, Nick. As you do.
Wait, is the Polly Pocket still like this big?
Yeah, they were tiny, but he's small too. He's an action figure. He's the size of an action. He's a little elf. He's a little fairy man.
I still think that might be dangerous for the Polly Pocket unless she warmed up first or whatever, did some stretches.
They are. Oh man, the Polly Pockets are total hooas. They really are. No, they have one hinge. This is the thing. They have one hinge and they bend over. That's what they do. They've got one hinge in the middle and they just bend over. That's what Polly Pockets were in the 1980s. It was weird.
Yeah, no, I think that's how they still are. They might have arms that move now. They might have articulating arms, just in the couple directions. But yeah, I guess they still the thoughtery is unstoppable at the end of the day.
He had a one night stand and unfortunately he produced a child, but he didn't know. Rainbow Brute. His job is to fight the Thundercloud Man. His job is to bring on the rainbow. There's nothing more positive than that. That's what he does. He's proud of it. It's hard work. It causes him to have to drink, a lot. But finally one day, Polly Pocket, her name is Paula Pocket. Okay. So she finds him and she says, you have a son and, your son needs a father. He wants his father. He wants to meet you. And I'm sick of it. This is Polly Pocket. It's 15 years later. She's lost her slender. She's been and
she hit the wall. She hit the wall.
She might have hit the wall. She raised this kid. By the way, in her entire village, it's nothing but women. There are no men in Polly Pocket. They're all women.
Yeah.
So the kid Shiro, his name is Shiro Pocket. You can see him on the screen there. He's putting his hand on. He's like, "Hey, Dad, I had a feeling today." He's all right. So that is Shiro Pocket, and he needs his dad because he's been completely raised by women. He's a little bit soy. Dad needs to show him what being a real man is all about. So this is a tale of the importance of fatherhood. And they're going to go on a quest together. They're going to meet some of the other, you might remember some of these familiar faces from the 1980s. You've got the Monkey Keys. Do you remember the Munchie? Remember that? And they had with the thumb in the mouth. They're really neat. And they put a little thumb. You don't remember Munchie Cheese?
I don't remember those. God, I feel like I should, but no, I don't remember those, but I'll look them up. For sure. I see them they're on the variant cover here, right?
Yeah, the whole thing about that toy was they used to suck their thumbs. They'd take a thumb, they had a plastic thumb, put in there. Well, the monkey keys are kind of like that. They're vicious apes.
Right.
Vicious apes that suck your thumb. And that's like you don't want them to. Can you imagine like a big like gorilla comes out of the tree and grabs your hand and you're like, oh shit, and then like sucks your thumb?
Yeah, that's actually horrifying and disgusting. It seems like a recipe for disease as well, and probably how COVID spread through some countries. That's a good theory.
That is a good theory. There are also the Unbearables. They are a series of very colorful but emotionally manipulative grizzlies who, they're just a pain in the balls. They're emotional drains.
Now, do these emotional bears have some sort of emblem on their stomach and are tied to a specific emotion? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, they have emojis, and they use Twitter a lot to let people know how they're feeling, to get sympathy. And they're just, they're real pain. We're going to do a spin-off book on the Unbearables. It's going to be called Ethan Van Sciver's Unbearable, which is going to be a whole separate book. It's going to be great if we get to a certain point of funding. And then there are communist elves. He meets a whole tribe of communist elves. Did you realize that we were being programmed in the 1980s towards communism with the Smurfs?
Oh yeah, the Smurfs are horrific. And the Smurf is a proper communist society, right? Where there's one woman and like 48 men.
They're all the same.
Yeah, they're all the
except for one leader. There's a guy. By the way, he wears red. He's got a beard. Like Lenin.
And everybody has an assigned role, right? Like the tribe assigns the role to each person. Like you are this Smurf that embodies this thing, and that's what you do for your entire life without choice. You're born into it. There's no economic mobility in the Smurfs.
Absolutely not. And you're always asking Papa Smurf. You're always going, are we there yet? Are we there yet? And he's like, we're not there yet. A little further towards your utopia. Smurf stands for Socialist Men Under a Red Father. It's been right under our nose the entire time. It has been about communism. So we have to bring that up in this. All right. We've got some communist elves and many other things. Many other things are going to be in this comic on this quest to teach a boy to be a man. I'm very excited.
I love, and Lady Rackets particularly loved the Kyle Ritter variant cover. That's what I have on screen right now. Just that the art of it's like, how do you make this pseudo ridiculous character look absolutely badass? And he pulls it off really well here. I like it.
Well, it's because he thinks that he is Rainbow the Brute. Like Kyle goes, you deliberately made him look just like me. And I was like, no, that's not true. Like, I didn't even know what you look like when I designed Rainbow the Brute. We were just talking over the internet.
Yeah, I've never talked to him.
Well, he's a deaf mute, so it's tough to, you're not going to have much of a conversation unless you're typing. But, I just drew the most badass person I could. Like, this is my idea of what it means to be a man. Like a cross between the fighting Irish leprechaun and Popeye. That's what manhood is to me.
Yeah.
And it just turned out to look like Kyle Ritter. So Kyle must look like what it means to be a man.
Yeah, I think so. But he does don rainbow armor. But he has to, because he brings the rainbow with him, right?
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's armor, it's pride. It's all about what you do. It's all about making the rainbow, fighting back the rainstorms, letting the sun through, getting rid of those clouds. It's an honorary profession. It's honorable.
So what is My Girthy Stallion Barnstorm? That's the bonus comic here.
Yeah, there was a comic book, or there was a property in the 1980s called My Little Pony, and I thought it sounded pretty flaccid. So I made a male high T version called My Girthy Stallion. You want to ride My Girthy Stallion? Of course you do. And it's a whole series of just kick-ass, amazing, muscular horses with various powers. And again, everything that I do is about fighting communism. So My Girthy Stallion, we've got a whole big design. We might even make toys of these. I'm thinking about it, but they're big muscular horses. There's Ghost Gallop. He's the headless horseman's horse. Think about how cool that is.
You should
And
you should commission some theme music from Genuine, right? He did that
Ooh.
"Ride It My Pony" song back in the 90s.
That's a great song. Yeah.
get him to modify it to ride his girthy stallion. That would be great.
You're blowing my mind. That would be incredible. So there's Ghost Gallop, Saddle Axe, Blood Rains, Unstable One, Riot Spur, Stormhoof, and then Rainbow Brute rides Napalm.
Yeah, no, perfect.
And their enemies are Stalin and Trotsky. Those are the bad guys. Trotsky and Stalin.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I can't. I have too much freedom. I just do whatever I want now. That was the thing. DC kept me reined in, so to speak.
So
we're off the reins.
This is you, right? Like that's what Rainbow Brute actually is, right? This is Ethan Van Sciver's biopic put into a comic book.
It's an aspirational comic book that says it's okay to be a man. You know, it's okay to be a man. And we might have forgotten that.
I genuinely think that is necessary. I've been watching 70s and 80s movies on Twitch with people over the past couple months, and I think we've really lost what it looks like you're capturing here. One, that the main thing with entertainment is to actually be entertained. Right? Like that is the primary objective. And so I'm watching blaxploitation movies. I'm watching female exploitation movies. I'm watching stuff like Cocaine Wars that has John Schneider, as this random agent down in Bolivia. He's like a DEA agent undercover, killing people left and right. And the whole thing is it's just fun. Like, that's the whole point of all these movies. It's fun, there's nudity, there is violence, it's gratuitous, it's nothing you'll ever experience in real life, like on the scale that it happens in this hour-and-a-half movie, because that's what entertainment is. It should be removing us from our normal experiences and putting us into something aspirational and a little bit ridiculous. And it seems like that's what we need for our boys today, especially, is like, look, I know that every single place you go right now, people are going to be dumping on you because of your gender, literally, and nothing else. Because you're a boy in America, you will be in this particular place because of your gender. And just so you know, there's a bunch of guys out here who know what it's like to be a male and a man, and you can too. And here's how. Enjoy this. And that's all it takes, I think.
We just have to push back, Nick. We live in a world right now in which two things are happening today. I mean, today, we've got a little boy who goes to the mall to ask Santa Claus.
I was going to ask you about
a Nerf gun. And I mean, this little boy having a Nerf gun, boys have played with guns since time immemorial. It's just what we do. It's part of being a boy. And I think that, it's normal. It's just a normal thing that the kids like to do. And you've got soy Santa Claus at the mall. We've hired communists to infiltrate every single aspect of our culture, down to the point of a mall Santa who's going to sit there and pass judgment on a little boy and practice social engineering at the mall in these small and precious interactions where, I want a Nerf gun. No guns, kid. No guns. You've got Santa Claus talking like that.
Have you seen the trailer for Mel Gibson's newest Christmas movie, Fat Man?
No. It sounds great.
It's Mel Gibson is Kris Kringle or whatever, and he is Santa Claus. He is the actual Santa Claus. Turns out, I think he's like a guy from New York or something. And he gives some entitled 12-year-old asshole kid a lump of coal in his stocking. So the kid hires a hitman to come kill him. And so Mel Gibson is like with machine guns fighting a hitman for the entire movie. And that's all it is. I can't, there is no other movie I want to watch more than Fat Man right now, in all honesty.
That kicks ass. That is fun. I mean, that's awesome, and that's what people need more of right now. They need more of that humor. But we just that's all being put away. You're not allowed to laugh at things like that.
No.
You're not allowed to just say, to just have a good time. I mean, look at Ms. Marvel right now, the Ms. Marvel TV show.
Oh, I
They're
haven't
letting
watched.
crazy people.
I have not
I haven't
watched
watched
that.
it. It doesn't exist yet, and the reason why it doesn't exist yet is because they give in to these people. They go, okay, you're pretending to like Ms. Marvel. You need a Ms. Marvel. Ms. Marvel, Kamala Khan, Marvel's Muslim superhero, the one that I didn't create.
Wait,
Nick, I created the first Muslim superhero. People forget that. I did.
who is that?
Her name was Dust. She was with the X-Men. I created her back in 2002. It was very progressive of me.
Why did they retcon Dust? I've never even heard of her.
Because I created her. That is why. They would have to go, the first Muslim superhero created by Ethan fucking Van Sciver. And they have to do that a lot. They go, oh, look, we have a Latina Green Lantern. She's a Latinx. Created by Ethan Van Sciver. And they get upset about it. So they're trying to pretend Dust doesn't exist. And they brought in this other character called Kamala Khan. Kamala Khan, her power is she stretches. She's the worst superhero ever. She exists just because liberals and leftists need her to exist. They just want her to exist. So they put on they go, okay, we're going to put a TV show about this character out, Nick. And SJWs immediately investigate the cast and find out that one of the people in the show who was supposed to be portraying a Pakistani is actually from India.
Oh my God, you can't have that. No, not a chance.
They find out that one of the boys, these are teenagers, one of the boys in the series might have voted for Trump, but he's 19. He retweeted some pro-Trump tweets in the past. So he's a Trumpy. He's a Trump-tard, as they would say.
Right, yeah.
And then they ran another guy's name through one of those investigative criminal background check things and found out that he might have sexually harassed 15-year-olds when he was a teenager. And it's probably not even the same guy. It's a guy with just the same name.
Yeah.
If a guy had a criminal record for Title IX offenses, you'd be able to find it somewhere, wouldn't you? I mean, wouldn't you
think you could link him if he was a minor at the time, it might be kind of tough, I guess. But you'd think that it would come out at some point, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, you would think so. And it
but
said
only
the
if he was a minor.
Well, he's 23 now, and then they show you the screen where they find his name linked to Title IX offenses, and suddenly he's 43. So it seems like it's a different person to me.
That's probably not the same guy.
Probably not. So they throw all this out there, and they just say, recast this movie, recast this TV show right now. These castings are problematic. I just say that we take a big saw and cut off a big portion of pop culture and just let it drift out to sea. With these people on it,
so
you can continue to do.
Miss Marvel is a Muslim superhero, a female Muslim superhero. Does she need Mr. Marvel to go out in public with her? Otherwise, I mean, it depends where she is, I guess. What country?
I think she's a liberated Muslim woman.
She's a liberated. Exist? Okay, not in Abu Dhabi. They don't, but I don't know where she is, so I don't know. I'm just wondering if she needs a male escort with her wherever she goes. Wouldn't that be that would be kind of funny. I mean, you could never actually do the story, but if there would be the female super powered Muslim and I mean we're talking Superman levels of power where they're just deific, and however they've got a little male simp escort to bring her out in public would be the funny. So she's out there kicking some giant robot's ass, and he's standing by the limousine so she doesn't get stoned by the masses.
See, that would be good. That would be something that.
That would be that's a perfect satirical takedown of Islam's view on women, and it should be done. That's what the feminists and the SJWs should be pushing for. No, make it as realistic and ridiculous caricature of Islam's view on women that we can, because we don't like it. But I think in reality they do. I think they do like it.
By the the way? Why are they supportive of that? Why are SJWs, why is the far left supportive of the treatment of women in that culture? Why is that important to them?
I don't know. I think so. If you listen to my friend Drexel talk, it's that at the end of the day, women somewhere deep inside want that whatever traditional sort of approach to male and female dichotomy there is, right? Like, and Islam takes it to a traditionalist extreme where a man is required to be there, but it's just that idea of being submissive is maybe enticing, and he says particularly to liberal women. And this is a man whose main pastime is to sleep with communist women. So, as a non-communist man, like that is his, to break sort of that feminist vibe from them, because he says they want to be dominated. So maybe he's got a point, and maybe that's part of the feminism, is this inherent desire to not be the decision maker and to have someone, sort of rule their lives in some way. I don't know, but if he's right, that would make sense. But
I just think it's contrary. I think that, feminism, or at least this new breed of feminism, just is they're contrarians. They want whatever we oppose.
Yeah, I think
to some degree.
I think that's it, and I think we could do some funny things if we could coordinate, like, support of things that we know that their opposition to would be hilarious. And you kind of see this in a couple places, but where you support something as a meme and they go against it. Hell, I've seen it in my own interactions where I've seen people stand up for women abusers and for sexual harassers, mainly because I oppose those people. So then they will apologize till the end of time to make those people, no, their abuse was, it wasn't good, but they're okay now. Whereas no one else would get the pass, right? Like no one else gets.
Like I can't hit a woman in the head with a television remote. If I did, I'd be in real trouble.
Weird. I'd be. Know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's odd how some people do get a pass. I mean, most people can't do that. Most people can't brain a woman with a television remote, but some people can, and then they get away with it.
I had a lady complaining at me today because of something someone else allegedly did, or yesterday, I should say, and what they did in the process. So they're alleging that this person abused their girlfriend in various ways, and I don't know, maybe they did, maybe they didn't, but they're alleging that, and they want me to speak out against it. And when I refuse to just capitulate to their demand, of course, ignoring the fact that, look, if you demand me to speak out about something, I necessarily can't do it. Like, I can't take the position you want, because then I've just capitulated to you, and I'm only speaking out because you called me out. You won't let me get to speaking out about it in general. But either way, so when I refused to do that, they then wished my daughters, who are 7 and younger, right? They wished that my daughters would encounter an abusive man in their lives in the future. Because right, exactly. What the fuck is that? Like, they have nothing to do with, like, you can say, well, you hope that I encounter an abusive man. Like, that makes some sense, right? That someone would abuse me because of my position. But this person, like, says they wish this upon my children, who have nothing to do with the discussion. And then they're like, a bunch of people are like, hey, that's pretty messed up, man. Like, those kids have nothing to do with this. And they're like, well, maybe, but if they encounter an abusive man, then it'll make them stronger. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
It was good. So it ended up being good for them. They just want what's best,
Exactly. That person deleted their Twitter today.
Really? Oh, good. Yeah. Well, they're not alone. There's a whole tribe. There's just a big army of people like that on Twitter who are just absolutely horrendous human beings, and just filled with vengeance and filled with anger. I hear that kind of stuff all the time too. So it's like, absolutely ridiculous.
I would never wish them, even them, who wish harm on my kids or whatever, I would never wish them to be in an abusive relationship. I want all relationships to be great. I want them to be, make relationships great again or whatever, relationships. That's what I want. I want MRGA. I want relationships that I have with my wife. No abuse, you have conflicts every now and then because you're two people living together and growing together, but that's about the extent of it. And you work through it and you go on, you live a happy life with this person. That's what I want for literally everybody, even the worst people. And then, but their principles are so messed up that because of who you are, or who they think you are, really, like you said with Fatty Arbuckle, right? The way people see me and the way I see me are wildly divergent.
That's a great quote. I love that. I love that quote.
Yeah, the way they create this fiction about who you are, and then they rail against this fiction to the point that they're willing to wish real harm on you is crazy to me. I don't wish harm on anybody. Like, I want everybody to prosper. Even people I don't like, I want them to do well in business. I want them to do well in life. Like, go ahead. Do it. And like, I might not buy your thing, but I hope someone else does.
I don't know if I do anymore. I might disagree with you.
You can.
First of all,
I still want you to succeed, even if you disagree.
No,
with me.
yeah, of course, because I'm a decent person who's having fun at the expense of authoritarian monsters who've taken care of over our culture. But I mean, I don't want their relationships. I want their relationship between themselves and my gigantic, enormous trebuchet, with which I will fling them into the ocean. I want that relationship to work out really well. There's a certain kind of person that I don't know what's going on, but they just become destructive rather than embracing adulthood and realizing what it actually means to get married, to have children, to raise a family, to have a real stake in society. They skip that. And they spend time with their pets, too much time with their pets, and they don't understand what it means to have children. And they say to you, I hope your kids encounter an abusive relationship. They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
They have no idea what that is to say to a father, because they don't know. They have nieces and nephews, maybe. They don't have their own kids. They have fur kids, but they don't actually have their own kids. And therefore, they're not fully invested in society. They're completely selfish. They're only thinking about where they're going to end up and not about what the next generation is going to have to endure. And they feel free to just say horrible fucking things like that to decent people who are just drinking whiskey on the internet at 1 a.m. And talking about, changing the culture for the better. How dare they? I'm on your side. I know, I'm on your side on this.
Yeah, it's a crazy place. Like, I don't know where we've gotten that. I think it is the internet in a way, and sort of the distance between people, where you're able to take a person and distill them down to characters on a screen. And I don't mean characters, I mean like literal letter characters, right? Character numbers and letters that we put on Twitter type thing. And I feel like I've always felt this about me. I'm pretty decent at talking to people and having a good conversation, no matter what the situation is. Like, you give me 20 minutes to kind of listen to someone, and then we can get into it, right? We can mix it up and have a nice chat. And I always feel like if I could just talk to you in person, I don't care who you are. After 20 minutes, we'll probably be pals enough, right? We'll be on good enough terms. And I feel like on Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that, you can never get there. You just can't get.
You think it makes it permanently? Do you think that you could sit down with Ron Toy and have a conversation with Ron and actually see him as a person and him see you as a person and come to some understanding? Is what I'm saying. Because he's politics, chunk formed and shaped like a human being. He isn't really an actual person, in my view.
I think maybe I could have back in March of 2019.
Yeah.
I think maybe I could have. Now I would just see memes all over him. Like, if I saw him in person, I would just laugh. I actually have seen him in person. I haven't talked to him in person. Because I had a plane to catch, and I didn't want him, who has a history of violence, to do something stupid that would end up getting me arrested and miss my plane. But I have seen him in person, and I just couldn't get past like the meme of who he is at that point. So I don't know what it would be like. Like, I don't know if today I could do that, but I think in March of 2019, like, I could have sat down with this guy and gone, like, you're stupid. But at the end of the day, I think we could come to like some sort of thing. But I might be naive in that. Like, I don't know if that would actually work.
I'm pessimistic about it. I really think that at the point that he finds out that you might be a Trump supporter, and I don't know, Nick, I don't know if you are, but
I'm a convert. I'm a convert to Trump. 2016, I voted for me. 2020, I voted for Trump.
Okay.
Because in 2016, what I heard from Trump was I heard things like suppression of journalistic freedom. I heard authoritarianism. I heard maybe problematic views about U.S. intervention overseas. What I saw from 2016 to 2020 was none of that. And so, I don't know if I missed the messaging or whatever it was. And, maybe I just misread him. That's okay. But from 2016 to 2020, he increased the production in the economy. He had low job, he had good growth in jobs. Until COVID, he had no foreign wars. He had less suppression of journalists than pretty much any president in history, despite the entire journalistic industry being opposed to him. And I'm like, okay, all the things I'm worried about, he resolved. Why wouldn't I vote for him this time? So he earned my vote over 4 years. He really did.
Yeah, I feel the same way, except I voted for him for the first time. I voted for him both times. And I wonder if he would echo your comments about if he could just sit down with these people and have a conversation, if they would come to terms with him, if he could see them as people instead of just activists, nonstop, relentless activists who are out to ruin things that are in their way, ruin people and ruin anything, traditions that are in their way.
Here's what I think about that. I think the female activists would be absolutely enthralled with him. I think they would. I do. He has money. He has status. He doesn't put up with bullshit. And I think they would shit test him for a little bit, and he would pass all of them, which I think a bunch of male simps that are around these types of women and enable them, I think they would that they don't actually like at the end of the day, that they don't respect. I think they would be blown away by the fact that he doesn't really care about their little positions in crusades, and that he just talks to them like they're people. I think that would actually blow them out of the water. Now, the males, I guess, I don't think he would have as much success with. But I think the female activist women would have, I think he would do really, really well sitting in person with them. And I base this on the fact that Trump does particularly well with women. I mean, he didn't in this election, but he did in the 2016 election before he was politicized as much. And so I think if he had a chance to just sit down with women, they would actually, they would be putty, in my opinion.
I think there's a difference between women and, activists and feminists. I just do. I don't know
if there is anymore. Like, I don't know that these female activists can divorce the fact that they are, at the end of the day, women, and that there are some realities. I mean, there's some things that gets the engine going. And I think what it is for men is simply being men. I think that revs a woman up in certain ways. Like, despite whatever they may say on Twitter, right? I think at the end of the day, they'll say something and they expect these guys to agree with them. And the second a guy goes, you know what? I don't think so. I think at that point they go, wait a minute, what is this? And I think there's something that triggers. I really do.
I think that's a real woman that does that.
I have a faith that all women are real women at the end of the day. But
I don't.
Maybe I'm an
I don't
optimist.
anymore. What are you talking about? Where have you been? Open your eyes.
I think they have permission through the internet to not be. I think that they get to insulate themselves from that reality all the time. But I think at the end of the day, like if you're in person and you're away from that sort of that stupid simp support network of, yeah, you get him, you ass queen, slay, like that. I think that once that shit is out of the picture and you're really just down to me and you
being a man dominating a single woman outside of her support network of peers.
I don't think it's even dominating. I think it's literally just saying, you know what, I don't really see it that way. And that's okay, right? Like men and women disagree on shit, and that's fine. And I think it's just that. I think they get used to and wrapped up in this idea that these little orbiter guys agree with everything they say simply because they have a vagina, and that the guy thinks that maybe someday he can look at it or whatever without paying $25 on OnlyFans. And and I think that they get wrapped up in that sort of bubble, and they forget that, you know, in the real world, like at a bar or whatever, a guy doesn't think he's going to, a guy doesn't automatically think he's in. But on the internet, a guy knows he's in because he can just go to your Instagram and rub one out. Which is a weird thing, but I think it's true. Because I said it at 1 a.m, my time.
What about Mars Girl? What do you think about Mars Girl and everything that you just said?
Look, I don't think anyone wants to go to her Instagram and rub one out. That's...
No.
No, but
having a conversation with her and bringing her to terms where she's respecting what you say and she's looking at you like you're a normal human being and not a political obstacle.
I don't know if she even would respect what you say. I don't think it ever gets to that point. Because I talk to people all the time and can have friendly conversations and not really respect what their opinion is. Like, not that I'll treat them rudely or think less of them because of it, but I don't have to give credence to every idea I have. But I like that someone has an idea that they stick with. That, you know, I respect that even if I don't respect the idea that they have. So I think it's the same thing. And you look at like the boyfriends and the husbands of some of these guys, and you're like, I just don't know. I don't, you know, you're not convincing me.
What do you think home life is like? You know,
yeah, I think it's a mess. Like, yes, dear.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have a feeling there's this whole other breed of people that we're interacting with, and you know, giving them, having faith, offering them good faith, ends up biting you. You know, they aren't really, they're not reachable. And I wish that they were. Like, I'm listening to and I'm going, yes, I used to believe in that. I used to believe in humanity. I just don't. I feel like we're talking post Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and you're sitting there saying these people are still reachable if you just have a conversation. And I'm saying I don't think they are anymore. I think they've been radicalized and reprogrammed to such a degree that not even an eloquent man like yourself would be able to. And you're charismatic. You could get in there and you know, you could definitely defeat their arguments. You may
be right. And I don't know, the internet may have done too much damage to it, right?
Why?
Circle...
What is it about the internet that what is it what, you know, your boy Zach, Richard C. Meyer of Comics Matter with your boy Zach and Luna. Great channel.
Love that guy.
Yeah, he says that you know, he's off of Twitter because he thinks it's just psychically impossible for a person to be healthy and interact with that many people all at once. You know, his attitude is that we, as a species, have evolved to, you know, socialize and network with just the people in our immediate vicinity, you know, in our neighborhoods, our communities. You know, we're supposed to be, how do we treat the mailman? How do we treat this person? How do we treat the people we see every single day? But having to encounter all of humanity on Twitter, and then strip away actual human contact It is terrible for people, absolutely terrible, and I think it changes them.
I think so too, but I think your boy Zach has a couple misconceptions. And this like a true lawyer, I will say that this supports my argument. In that I don't think you have to encounter everyone on Twitter. In fact, I don't think most of these people actually do encounter everyone or anywhere near close to that on Twitter. What Twitter and other things do is it allows us to enter into a bubble of comfort and to only reach out of that bubble when it is convenient or expedient for us to do so. So if you look at someone like a Renfamous or a Mars Girl or whatever, someone who would run a blockchain on all of our followers, for example, but not on us. Like, you notice that, right? Like, these people will blockchain everyone who follows us, but they won't blockchain us. And so what they'll do then is they will consistently engage with jabs at a you or at a me or at a Zach or someone like that. And they'll do so, but the only responses that they'll ever see are the ones that reinforce their position. They won't get the contrary responses because they're picked up by this blockchain. I know blockchains are wrong. You know, blockbot or whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
Of course I do.
But they will only get their affirmative responses, and they won't ever have to encounter the fact that there are more people in this circle who disagree with them than agree with them. That's terrifying to them. And I see it over and over and over again, because I have probably 4 or 5 dedicated people who respond to almost every tweet I make, and they don't follow me, and they block all of my followers. That is the uniform rule of these like 5 people or so. And so they'll respond, and I usually don't even see their response in the, because notification flood or whatever. So I don't see it. But when I do, there's no interaction there except for maybe 1 or 2 likes from one of the other people who they engage with. But my followers don't see it because they're blocked. And when I respond to it, they're like, can't see it, blocked or whatever like that. So they don't ever have to face the fact that there are hundreds of people who disagree. They only have to face the fact that there are 5 or so that do. So I think maybe, people like you, me, and Zach might encounter lots of people on Twitter, and Zach may have a point about us not being able to be healthy because we deal with a broader swath of both agreeing and dissenting opinions. But a lot of people don't do that. They filter out all of the negative. And I think that's the real insidious nature of a place like Twitter, is you get to craft your own bubble. And on the hearings that were happening at the Senate, where they were asking Jack Dorsey and Mark Zuckerberg questions, one of the things Jack kept saying is, we want to bring people more control over the algorithms that deliver them content on Twitter. They want to increase the bubble control that individuals have inherently without blocks and stuff like that. And to me, that is the problem, is this sort of reinforcing affirmation. It's why personally I don't block people. I don't mind if other people do, but I don't, because I will read the negative shit that people have to say about my opinions. And, I typically won't respond, but I'll at least read it. And I think there's some grounding element to it.
Well, why? So there's a grounding element to it, and that's why we shouldn't block out people who exist just to drag us down.
It's why I'm not saying we shouldn't. It's why I don't.
You don't.
For me, this is the right move. Look, for someone else who wants to block people because maybe seeing that negativity, like maybe they can't resist reacting to it in a way that's detrimental to them, like maybe it eats at them. I don't know. I'm not gonna condemn someone for controlling their own environment. I'm really not out here to do that. For me, I allow the negative criticism to show up because for me, I find it somewhat enriching. If in nothing else, then it makes me think about how I counter argue that. Or I go, well, that person's just an idiot. That may be the truth too. So I don't know.
Or that person is just an activist who is deliberately trying every single day to use
Right.
absolute garbage and debasement to drag you down and try to ruin your day just because you have a positive message about whiskey and about the law.
Yes.
And hold on, I'm going to get a drink of water. I'll be right back. My fridge is right over there.
Sounds good. Sounds good. See, this is why I love talking to Ethan, guys. I love it. I love it. Because he is, he is the doom pill.
What the hell?
He is the doom pill that I need, maybe, on Twitter. What do you guys think? Rainbow Brute. So I'm looking through this. Everything looks great. There's the briefcase edition. There's original art and there's stretch goals. I'm gonna ask Mr. Van Sciver about this original art because he has the Rainbow original art page. He has the Girthy Stallion original art page. He has the variant covers. He has this stuff, and I don't
Every
know.
Day.
Okay, so good sir, I have a question because I'm looking at your tiers here. Not your tiers, but your tiers on the Indiegogo.
Yes.
And I see the executive briefcase edition, which is what I did for basically the same thing for Cyberfrog.
Good.
But I also see these original art pages for Rainbow and for Girthy Stallion. I want to know what you think I should get because I am backing this comic. My wife loves it. I love it. I'm gonna back it. So I need to know what the Ethan Van Sciver recommends for the backing of this comic and what I can recommend to people who are watching this stream in good faith.
Well, I recommend the briefcase because it's going to be a lunchbox. I mean, I'm making a little like 1980. I'm doing all this stuff from the 1980s that was for girls, but I'm making it for guys. If we get enough money, I want to make a hot, like a tactical trapper keeper.
I had a trapper keeper in 4th grade. It was a disaster, and I loved it.
It's just great. I want to make a survivalist trapper keeper, something that's useful for men. But I mean, we're doing lunch boxes, and it's going to be fun. We're going to totally emboss it and make it look like the boxes that we had as kids, with Rainbow Brute and my Girthy Stallion all over it. $200 is going to be filled with one of everything from the campaign. You're not going to miss any variant covers. You're not going to miss any of the books that I add, any of the cool stuff. I'm making scratch and sniff stickers, which are going to smell like whiskey and cigars. It's fucking awesome. I'm so excited about this shit. I mean, it's great. We can do anything. That's the thing. We can do anything with these campaigns.
Okay. I need to know your sticker vendor.
I gotta work it all out, but I got great people. I mean, I've got great people who will do this. I'll just be like, can we make, and I do the clapping.
Yeah.
Can we make satin stickers like Lisa Frank used to make in in 1982? And they'll be like, well, we can find a vendor, somebody that'll do that. Why do you want to do that? Well, I'm going to figure out something high tea to make a satin sticker of. I mean, that's the whole joke about this. So, girls are going to, all the girls that are our age went through all this stuff. They're missing this stuff. They're missing the smelly eraser pencil toppers that they used to have.
Yes.
We need to do all of that stuff, but make it funny and make it for men and make it kind of reverse the joke a little bit. But I would recommend if anybody was going to buy anything, absolutely buy the executive briefcase edition. If you have $200 to blow on that, that's great because you're going to get. We're making a thermos once we get to 300,000. That's going to go in there. I'm picking out a
thermos for you.
I can't wait. I love all this stuff. I've never had so much fun in my life than when I started crowdfunding and making cool stuff. I just set out to make toys, PVC toys for Cyberfrog 2 Wrecked Planet.
Yes.
And I'm going to have, I got the finished toys here in the office with like Salamandroid has a long bendy tail. I'm making, they have boxes with like windows and they look like real toys. And I told my wife, I mean, we looked at them, we did this, we did this together. We actually made toys. We set out to do it and we did it. I don't know where we're gonna fucking store all of these. We have to get a warehouse for them as we're shipping them out. But I mean, yeah, we can do absolutely anything, and we intend to. The comic book industry is just falling apart. Their comics are becoming cheaper, less fun, more expensive.
Oh, and
Our
no one
comics are
wants to
expensive,
read
but
them. Why would anyone want to read these things where you're gonna get? This is my thing that I was going to earlier with escapism and the 80s and 70s movies in particular. Into the 90s a little bit, but really the 80s and 70s movies. You get these things, and I don't need to learn something from every single piece. And when I say learn something, I mean a really deep core message about humanity or whatever. That's every movie today, right? I need to learn some sort of deep, super important message that some fucking editor in in Hollywood wants me to learn about my life in the Midwest. I don't need that. I can just watch John Schneider in Cocaine Wars go around and shoot a bunch of people as an undercover DEA agent. I can just do that, and it can be funny, and he can take an Uzi. Cocaine Wars. I think it's 1984. He's a pilot undercover for Bolivian drug lords or whatever, and he's also an undercover DEA agent. And at the end, he sets up a gas can, like a little shitty 1 quart can of gasoline on top of a bunch of explosive material, and he's hundreds of yards away, and the bomb doesn't go off, so he turns around with his Uzi, and he's like, oh, I got it, and he goes, brrr, and it blows up the whole thing, and it's like, there's no an Uzi at hundreds of yards, he can't hit it, but of course he does, because it's the 80s, and it's great, and you don't need anything other than they blew the entire production budget blowing up a plantation in the middle of Ecuador, and I love this. I love that they bought some poor Ecuadorian plantation owner's house, and they blew up everything he owns, and they probably gave him
for it.
They gave him 100,000 American dollars, and he built a better plantation 6 months later, and
that's what we did with Bikini Atoll. We kicked those people off their island. We said God wanted us to blow their island to hell with nukes. And they're better off for it, that's it. I'm the same way. I don't think we need to. Learn a lesson with everything. I think most entertainment should just be entertainment, but at some point, we almost need counter programming, because it's not that they're trying to teach lessons. Everything is social engineering. Everything is programming.
Well, that's what I mean by lessons, right? It's some Hollywood exec's version of what, and remember that these weirdos live in Los Angeles. And if you interact in any way with people who live in Los Angeles and you talk to them as a normal person, their life and their views are vastly, vastly different from anything we experience. It's reflected in the vote. I don't mean to bring politics into this, but if you look at the map of county by county rather than state by state, and you look at how red everything is, but then you get to every major urban center and it's this little dot of blue, and it's the deepest blue, and it's the millions and millions of people, which is how they end up doing it. But you look at this and you look at California, and we all say California is a bunch of crazy people or whatever, and they are, but all of those crazy people are in San Francisco, LA, and their respective suburbs. And you get outside of there, and rural California is in a lot of ways similar to rural Nebraska or Colorado or Nevada. It's just normal people who don't have whatever the hell is going on in LA. So LA is this concentrated place, and I don't need some weirdo in an ivory tower socially removed from the lunacy that is LA to a different level of social lunacy teaching me a lesson. I don't need that. Because his life is his house costs 5 times more than mine and is smaller. It's a different world just by that standard alone. So I don't need that.
No, who needs it? What happened? I mean, it didn't used to be this way. I guess it was just generations of inbreeding, with Hollywood. But it used to be that you would have who's the director of It's a Wonderful Life? I was trying to recall his name real quick.
I don't
Oh,
know.
for God's sake!
I
Somebody
only,
in the chat knows.
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
Who directed it? We've got Frank Capra.
Frank Capra, thank you, Capra. See, we used to have people who would, who came from normalcy because Hollywood was still young, and they had good values. They had good American values that they were able to put on film. And when they taught people lessons, they were uplifting lessons. Like, what's the lesson of It's a Wonderful Life? Don't kill yourself because your wife will become a librarian. I don't know what the lesson was. I'm not sure, but it had a good lesson.
Yeah.
And most of Capra's movies were uplifting in some way about the American spirit, and that's all gone now. I mean, these people have been so inculcated. Wow, I lost that word. With just the bullshit of Los Angeles, that has been bred into them, that they don't have anything valuable to say. My stepdaughter wanted to watch The Grinch tonight. She wanted to watch like this new version of The Grinch.
The Jim Carrey one, the weird one?
I think it's even newer than that. I think there's an even newer version of The Grinch.
They redid it again? Why? Like, what's wrong with the old one?
Nothing. That's the whole thing. The old one actually says something positive, which is, what does it say? It's positive. Well, first of all, I listen to the Grinch's theme song now, and I'm like, that's just fucking bullying. It's enough already. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. So you're allowed to shit talk this guy for 4 minutes straight. And then when he comes down and steals your presents, he's the bad guy. That is nothing but abuse. Listen to that song again.
Oh, no, I know.
When are you going to stop talking shit? He's just up on the mountain. He's not even doing... Oh, he's glaring at you from the mountain? That's what he's doing? And so you get to say, you nauseate me. You nasty, wasky skunk. Fucking horrible. He didn't say anything like that about them.
No.
He did nothing. He just said they're starting to annoy me. And they're starting to annoy me too. I feel you, Mr. Grinch.
Look, if I hear Nahu Yamas one more time, I'm going to go slap Susie Q or whatever across the planet.
Fuck them. Fuck their whole community.
Yeah.
Nick, you watch that movie again, and all of these things. If Cobra Kai taught us one thing, it's that most of the shit that we were fed is inside out. Hollywood for the most part, from in old movies, was good. I mean, it's much better than it is now. But oftentimes these movies direct you to who the villain is, and you don't even know why you hate them. I mean, I watched the Harry Potter movies, and that little blonde kid did nothing wrong.
Yeah, Malfoy.
Malfoy did nothing wrong. I would be hanging out with him, not his shithead Harry Potter shithead friends. The guy, what? Because he's from a high end family. He comes from breeding.
Yeah, Ron's a nerd and a piece of shit. I don't even like him. He's terrible at everything he does.
He's a dirty little piece of shit, and it's like here. If you watch that first movie, and to be fair, I've only watched like 3 of the movies. I was dragged.
Don't watch anymore.
I don't want to, because I don't like Harry Potter. It's like the entire he is a Mary Sue. Everybody's like, every time it's like Potter. Everywhere he goes, everybody's impressed with him. What's so impressive about this round-headed kid? There's nothing impressive about him. He's annoying. But even if there was something impressive about them, and I guess they're supposed to be.
Yeah, he can say Patronum.
He gets off the train. Everybody's introducing themselves. And Draco Malfoy steps forward, and he's from a big family. And he's like, you're Harry Potter. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Draco Malfoy. And that fucking ginger shithead goes, Malfoy. Potter's. And Draco Malfoy goes, is there something funny about my family name to you? You're a peasant. Essentially. Yeah. And suddenly he's the bad guy. Suddenly Malfoy's the bad guy. The kid is a peasant. Malfoy is just trying to make a social contact with Harry Potter, and this fucking shithead ruins it. And then for the rest of the movie series, he gets turned into leeches and toads and gets goofed on. It's an outrage. It's a fucking outrage. I'm not mad at that kid. So this is anyway. This is the thing. Cobra Kai has taught us that the villains in movies are usually the good guys. They're misunderstood.
You know what's weird about it is that despite hating all of the villains in movies for their toxic masculinity or whatever, their entitlement or their privilege, social justice people always talk about people being in their place. Like, right, they're in their space and time. That's where they are. So you can't hold them, accountable for various failings because they're in their space, unless they're cis white males or whatever. But outside of that, except with villains, it's never that way. With the social justice crowd, they're never allowed to be villains because of circumstance. Like Draco Malfoy, so he's a little bit of a pretentious shit. So what? Like, he's a kid. He doesn't realize that he's a pretentious shit because that's just okay. I met a bunch of pretentious shits in my life, and they turned out to be okay people at the end of the day. Like when
you got to give people a chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if you approach people with hostility all the time, I mean, real people that are trying, you return their good faith effort. Hi, I'm Draco Malfoy. I understand you're Harry Potter. I heard a lot about you. I want to shake your hand. If you return that good attempt at, being a kind person with sniggering and mockery, it's likely that you're going to create a villain in someone. It's likely that you're going to create an enemy.
Yeah.
That's why I'm always kind to everyone. I'm trying not to create Malfoys in the world. I am the Malfoy. I'm the Malfoy in the world. That's who I am.
I've got a couple chats for you. And then I want to ask you about the original art pages in just a minute. Amoeba says, "Hail, I'm forging a comic in 2021. Follow my voyage at Amoeba K Anon." And then he asked me to say in Kermit voice, "Me and my bro Sal here just waiting in Dallas for that crazy bee Heather. This is our first time going turtle style, and we heard cowabungas are on the table."
I think that's Cyberfrog. I think you're Cyberfrog with a Kermit voice. I like that idea.
Bad vibes. Well, if you ever need to record an audiobook of Cyberfrog, I'll do the Kermit voice for you.
I love that. I love you becoming a VA in the face of Ron Coy. That makes me happy.
Bad Vibe says, "Hey EVS, you need to add Scuttles choke on the spectrum. Scuttles choke on the spectrum. Oh, instead of Skittles, taste the rainbow." I see.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Scuttles choke on the spectrum. We've got Amateur Ant says, "The problem," this is a big super chat, by the way. Thank you. It says, "The problem with all the BS going on is it is meant to divide us against each other instead of going after the real problem, which is the Hollyweird and political elites that don't give a shit about us and want us to submit and give up our freedoms and liberties to them." I do think that there's something to that. Do you remember when this country, I don't know if you actually remember it because I don't know if either of us were alive at the time, but do you remember that there was an era in our country, at least, that was opposed to corporatist rule of we in fact railed against the idea that corporations would run our lives, and now we're like, oh well, but Twitter and Facebook are corporations and we need to
please allow them to. Yeah, I mean, no, I part of Comicsgate is me just saying, you know what, there are a lot of creative people who have just given over their lives to these big corporations, and these guys are usually leftists who might not be aware. It's like your entire life's work, you got tricked because you like Spider-Man into devoting your entire life to some corporation's fucking IP that you'll never own, and nothing will ever come of it. It's very strange, But yeah,
I don't understand. I don't understand. What I really don't understand is how little they pay these people who are doing the work. I bring this up whenever I talk about comics, and I know I bring it up a lot, but it's because I'm baffled. I'm baffled by the slave wages of comics, and I'm baffled by the slave wages of anime voice acting, because they know that people have such a passion for these things and these properties that they will prostrate themselves and prostitute themselves for embarrassingly little money. It's like, well, but I drew a panel on Batman. It's like, you made $24,000 a year. Who cares that you drew a panel on Batman? You're broke.
Yeah.
And I wanted to
And I mean,
talk
you
to
only
you.
have you only have so many. I mean, how many good young working years do you have? And I mean, you really when you're young, you don't look at it that way. You know, you
Right.
don't go, well, I'm 25, so I'm going to be doing this forever until I'm 80. But you don't really look at it like, okay, so my working years, the amount of time that I have, that I've got a lot of energy, my hands work, my eyes work, and I'm full of creative ideas, is limited, and you're selling it. You can either keep it yourself, and you can venture out and do your own thing, or you can sell it to somebody. And these people are selling. I sold 20 years of my prime, my creative prime, to like Warner Brothers,
Yeah.
and have very little to show for it. And it's like, I'm like, why am I not getting ahead? I'm one of the most popular artists working at DC. Why am I not getting ahead? I'm staying right where I am. I'm making decent money, but it's just not enough. And then boom, I'm out for 2 years working for myself, and I'm a millionaire in 2 years. It's like it happened really, really quickly.
I
You
can't
try to get people to break out and take a chance on themselves. You know.
I can't imagine what my life would be like if I had found like this type of outlet when I was 25, 22, whatever it was, and I could work where I could literally work 19 to 20 hours every single day, and I could operate on 3 hours of sleep every single day, and I didn't have responsibilities or kids or anything like that to deal with. Like the amount of things that you can do with those early working years, it is really amazing. And I mean, I sold them to shitty companies like Wells Fargo and Circuit City. And I worked really hard at jobs that were never meant for me, like not my skill set, not what I was ever good at. And they were shit wages, right? Like just a waste of energy. And now I'm like, okay, well now I'm almost 40 and I get tired and
Mm.
I can't just pump out like I look at some of these YouTube guys or whatever and Twitch streamers who, and they are like, right, they found their niche at 20, 22, 23 years old. And you watch them and they'll sit there in front of that Twitch stream and they'll do it for 12, 13 hours every single day without batting an eye and make millions of dollars. And it's like, they've figured it out. I don't think people realize how much those guys have figured out what that independence is
Mm.
and how valuable it is to be able to pack that in. Because I think of you and you're just talking about 20 years that you gave to Warner Brothers. It's like, imagine if you could somehow translate what you're doing now to 20 years ago, where you would be today. It's a crazy thought. It's a crazy thought.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, it's like I was given some things by working there. I got a lot of experience, but I would have gained that on my own. It's just the idea of investing in yourself and taking the time that you have, your working life, and devoting it to yourself rather than to some corporation. And some people do have to work for corporations. But I think a lot of these creative people that are currently working for Marvel and DC, for Disney and Warner Brothers, or AT&T now. You're working for AT&T. God damn, like that, you don't have to do that with your life. Do you have any ideas of your own that you don't want to sell for nothing? Your time and your energy, all of your ideas could be something that you pass on to your these people don't have any fucking kids. Who cares? Fuck them. I take it all back. I'm thinking about my family. I'm sitting there going,
Yeah.
now, here's the thing. Like, somebody like Charles M. Schultz devoted his entire life to peanuts. And then, like, his kids and his grandkids and their kids are going to be wealthy forever because it's not, he passed them on something more valuable than money. He passed them, here you go, peanuts is yours. Charlie Brown and Snoopy are yours.
Yeah.
The guy, the lady who married Dr. Seuss, it's like she's sitting there telling, Universal what her husband would have wanted. This is my whole, I'm like, Andrea, when I die, and it's going to be soon. I mean, look at me. I want you to, when they make the Cyber Frog amusement park, you need to be telling them, you need to be like Dr. Seuss's widow. My husband would have wanted it this way. It's got to be this way. This was his vision. And fuck with them. I said, thoroughly fuck with these people. Thank you.
DA Talks says, hey, Nick, because EVS made Liam cry, I owe EVS an apology. Be sure he knows I said, sorry for the mean words, new Comicsgate friendo. Hashtag we're all Comicsgate.
Wow. You know what I said to DA Talks? I said, you apologize to me, young man. And I can't believe it. I got an apology. Thank you, DA Talks. I accept it.
You made Liam cry?
Maybe I did. What did I do? I can't remember. Oh,
I don't know.
Here's the thing. I mean, there's a rule that I have, and I can coexist with everybody within Comicsgate, but and even people who devote their time to busting my balls, those people are allowed to exist. I'm not going to do anything to them.
Right.
But there's a cardinal rule, and that is you do not strike someone's YouTube channel.
Yeah. Stop doing that. Everyone needs to stop.
People are allowed to say whatever they want. If people want to make a YouTube channel that, is doing nothing but, ragging or A-logging on me or anyone, that's just YouTube. That's the way it is. And remember, shit rolls downhill. I mean, I'm doing that to, Ryan Johnson. I grew my channel making, videos busting Ryan Johnson's balls. Somebody else can do it to me. If you are striking someone's channel, I can't associate with you. I can't. I just can't even. I've got to say something about you. So we had somebody in the community send false flag strikes to 3 different people. And by the way, they were all 2 out of 3 of the people were people I despise. But it's it doesn't fucking matter.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
Don't do it.
You can't do that. People are trying to feed their kids. You can't. And these people do have kids. You can't do that to people. So that's probably what DA Talks is referring to. I yelled at someone.
Yeah. Liam sent me an email a while back. It was pretty funny because someone would send me Justice Chats, which is through Streamlabs or whatever. And on Streamlabs, you can customize your name, right? It's on YouTube, it's attached to your account. But on Streamlabs, you can customize your name to be whatever you want. So people would send me chats as Liam Gray. And they would say ridiculous stuff. And so he's like, look, I just wish you wouldn't encourage this. I'm like, I don't encourage it. I just read all the chats that I get. And most people and I would say, I'd read it and it's obviously ridiculous. I'm not sure that's the actual Liam, but whatever. Right. But then he's like, just man to man. It's like, okay.
That's the real Liam right there. That is the real Liam.
Yeah.
Just man. Let's have a man-to-man talk. He says stuff like that to me too. But anyway, I believe Liam took the strikes back. So that's good. But I mean, we had to push him and all that stuff to make that happen because, I think about that. I don't want any. Here's the thing. When it comes to the way you treat people on the internet, it's one thing if you want to kind of bust on someone and ruin their day. That's one thing. But if you're doing something that can actually hurt their ability to make a living, you've gone too far. And if you're doing something, say, would this make me murderously angry if somebody did this to me? Yeah. In other words, calling up somebody's ex-wife and getting them to do a comic book with you just to annoy someone else.
Who did this? Who did this?
I don't want to even say. Somebody is working with somebody else's ex-wife in a way to aggravate that. And I don't. Again, the person who was formerly married, I don't like this dude. Okay, I'm like, this would be, this is something that would be advantageous to me in some way to make this guy miserable. If somebody did this to me, I would want to kill them. I mean, literally, it wouldn't be a joke. I would want to find them and kill them. So if think about what would happen if somebody did this to me? If somebody struck my channel, if somebody was invading my family, how would I react to that? And that should be the line. I think that should be the line right there, where you go, what would I do? Would I be like, oh, this sucks and be sad and maybe go cry? That's okay. But if you would actually take up arms against someone or, want to see them dead, don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's stuff. I don't like that. I don't like the striking thing. I don't like utilizing stuff in a way that's wrong. Just don't let people say stuff. It's a lesson I learned early on in my YouTube career. You just let people talk because they're going to talk either way, and you can make yourself look really terrible because someone made fun of you. Alan Rees says, "Hi, Nick and Uncle E. Could you help Sexy Cecil, who's been taken off Twitter for making fun of a cartoon character, Starfire's daughter?" I don't know how to help Cecil, but sure, I would love to. Congratulations to that Star Wars girl, Anna, for redrawing it. Merry Christmas to all. Love. I didn't know Cecil was off Twitter, but yeah, that's bullshit. If I could help him in any way, I'm happy to. I like Cecil. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, he said that Anna redrew the daughter of Starfire. Have you seen that whole thing?
I am not Starfire's daughter or whatever with the little weird fat gothic Oompa Loompa.
Yeah. I'm not Starfire. I'm Trashfire.
The artist looked at the writer and drew her into the comic, and it's horrifically embarrassing to me.
Yes.
It's like,
was it intentional? Like, did she say, "This is me. I want you to draw her to look like a young version of," like she had to have, right? She had to have said, "This is me. This is a story about me as a kid."
She's like, draw me minus 30 pounds.
But I mean, you let these people in. I mean, she sat there like, okay, so you're going to do a YA novel. You're working for DC now. And, she's like, well, I'm obviously going to make it all about me and what I want to say about myself and how all of my shitty choices as a teenager were probably the right thing for myself and other people as well. Follow my example. Hate your mother. If your mother's famous in any way, you should hate her. And by the way, who should my mother be? I've seen the Teen Titans cartoon. Starfire's the pretty one, right? Okay, yeah. Starfire's my mother in this. I'm going to imagine that Starfire's my mother. She's never read a comic book. I mean, Nick, I know you're a comic book guy, kind of, but like, she said that like this, it's like she read the Wikipedia entry. She's like, so the daughter of Starfire's name is Mandy Coriander. Starfire's real name is Corey Anders. Her alien name is Coriander, but Americanized it's Coriander. So it's like the character's name would be Mandy Anders, not Mandy Coriander. So this woman, like, she doesn't even know DC Comics, and she's working there in order to do it self.
Mandy Cilantro.
So, I mean, so it's absolutely terrible. And I mean, I wonder, like, I really wonder, did she say, did she tell the artist to just draw me in there? Because it is incredibly embarrassing, down to the sneer in her upper lip. She looks just like the character. Yeah. So anyway, Anna redrew her, but Anna did something weird. She just gave her orange skin. And Cecil responded to this. Somebody said, "You didn't even do a good job." And Cecil kind of said, well, she made her less cunt-faced. And that's what...
That got him banned. Why?
That got him banned off of Twitter. He said that. So again, yeah, I mean, you just kind of go, do we want to, how do we fix this? How do we fix this? I don't know.
I hate that about Twitter. I hate it because that's just funny. There's not a real person being injured. There's nothing. It's a fucking cartoon character. Who cares if she's cunt-faced or not? It's just, it doesn't, like, there's nothing about it that's wrong. It's just funny.
So Cecil lost his Twitter account. I'm waiting for that. People, when I finally lose, people are like, you going to leave Twitter? I'm going down like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. I'm going out in a blaze of glory. Like, I am not going to accidentally lose my Twitter account. I'm not going to walk away.
I did.
When it's time for me, no, I'm going to get banned from Twitter for something outrageous. That is when it is time. I am going down shooting,
I'm thinking of switching, like, I'll keep my Twitter account for very minimal interactions, but I'm thinking about switching over to Parler at the beginning of the new year for like all my real interactions and thought posts, just like a clean kind of slate. And I'll probably just do like show announcements on Twitter and nothing else, because I hate it. I will sit there and get wrapped up scrolling through the damn timeline, looking at stuff, and I don't even care what most people say, even people I like. I don't really Like some
I don't care what people I like say. It's
well,
true.
sometimes you do. And that's what you're looking for,
Mhm.
right? You're like, "Oh, I like that." But you
Yeah.
see 40 things from people that you've chosen to follow and you're like, well, fine. It's fine, but I don't really care. But then you find the one thing and you're like, "Oh, yes, I like that. Now let me find the next thing that I like." And you sit there and you waste like 2 hours scrolling through your timeline. And I hate that. And most of the interactions I have on Twitter involve some level of negativity because for some reason that's what my brain wants to respond to. It's like, no, I want to talk to this asshole who called me out on something and I want to tell them that they're a piece of garbage and I want to do that. and that's how I got banned, right? Like I called you don't know how I got banned from Twitter, but it's this guy sent me like 5 or 6 replies to one comment that I made while I was in Hawaii. And I responded to his comments, and in one of them I called him a mutant. I said, "You mutant," or whatever. That got me banned from Twitter forever. Forever.
What?
Permanent ban because I guess because I made fun of a disability. Maybe he's actually a mutant. I don't know. But I'm like, and I appealed it, and I'm like, I said in my appeal, I'm like, this motherfucker sits here and replies to me 5 times with harassing and awful things. I reply to him and I call him a mutant, and like this guy's saying I like stole money, I'm an embezzler, I'm doing all this stuff. He's accusing me of actual crimes. I call him a mutant and I'm banned forever. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that's how Twitter works, right? Like you can call someone the worst actual things in the world. You call someone a joke and you're fucking gone. I hate it.
Yeah. Well, they had their eyes on you, obviously. They wanted to take you out. It's a weird thing because, like, sometimes you'll see something absolutely horrific and you'll report it. You'll just be like, that's over the line, and you'll just send a little report to Twitter. You won't hear anything about it until 2 years later when they go, we have information about a report that you, and I don't remember doing that. I don't remember this. 2 years later, it feels like things just kind of build up at Twitter until they finally decide to take action against people.
I mean, I was
banned.
I was banned for those tweets in within an hour or 2 of making them. It was ridiculous. And I'm like, you're joking. I have called people fat cunts. I have called people all sorts of stuff. And you're banning me for mutant? Really? Like,
please let me go off. Give me a chance to go off. That's how I see it. I don't even know. Twitter to me, like I've got 38,000 followers.
Yeah.
So it's a great way to. I can't give it up. People like go over to Parler, go over to. Well, I mean, I might. I'm over on Parler now, but I haven't really used it.
That's it's one more thing to go to, and I hate that. Like when I post a video, right? I like post it on YouTube. Then I gotta go post it on Patreon. I post it on Subscribestar, and I might remember to go post it on Twitter. And then it's like, oh, do I go post it on Parler too? I've now done a whole bunch of things.
Social media is a part-time job. I mean, it really is. Like, it's a full-time job for me. Social media is, it's half of what I do. It promotes my comics. I got people who are, I'm talking to Zach, and Zach is I love Zach, but he's a dummy, and he's just like, I'm going to do less YouTubing next year. And I'm like, why? And he's like, I want to spend more time on my comics. And I'm like, Zach,
that's your marketing arm.
Yeah, nobody's going to buy them. You have to understand, if you are not constantly making YouTube videos and talking to people, nobody is going to care or give a shit that you are making comics. Like you forgot. Like, I've got people saying this all the time, spend less time on YouTube and more time making comics. It's like, I can make there's no shortage of comic books out there. There are lots of comic books. What there isn't great. Are we frozen? We're frozen. Are we off? Oh my God. No, we're back.
We're back. Okay. Yeah. I figured we'd be back because you and I clearly didn't lose connection. So it was on YouTube's end.
Yeah.
The chat always lets me know by pressing F a billion times whenever.
Yeah. And now they're all saying back. Yeah. That's
Okay.
funny.
So I do want to talk to you about this. So there's the executive briefcase edition. Now the art pages, are those
Mhm.
just art pages, or are they art pages plus other bonuses?
Yeah, I got to go in there and make that and make some changes on that. I think you would get the art page and you would get the book. At the very least, a signed copy of the book would come with the art page. And at this point, the way it works is first come, first serve with the original art. Right now, I think we've only sold like one of each page at this
Yeah,
point.
2 on
So,
Rainbow and 1 on Girthy Stallion.
oh, that's good. Okay, so if you bought a Rainbow Brute page, you'd have the third choice. And there are no bad pages. You could go through there and choose. After the first two guys choose their pages, you get a choice of whatever was left from there. And that's kind of how it works. And, we'll sweeten up that package a little bit and make sure that you get a little of everything. We want you to read the comic.
Well, what I'm going to do, because I love this, I'm buying right now. I'm going to buy the package, I'm going to buy the package, and I'm going to buy the art page for Rainbow Brute, number 3. So
right. Thank you so much.
I'll be number 3, and I'm going to encourage people. So here's, my policy. I don't know. I never ask people to buy stuff unless I'm willing to buy it. Like, I'll let people promote stuff or whatever, but if I'm going to buy something, or if I'm going to tell people, hey, you should buy this, I want to make sure it's something I would buy. And I've been waiting to have you on because I'm like, I'm going to buy this motherfucker's book because I really like this. And, I bought the last Cyber Frog. I bought the box or whatever. But now I'm buying this page and plus with Lady Rackets.
She's going to love this book. I promise you she'll like it. Your chat is the best in the world. I swear to God, you've got the fun. And I recognize a lot of names in there from my own chat, but you've got the best people in there. Rainbow Brute is good. I mean, here's the thing. I sit there and oversell it and say, look, this is, it's about time. We had some heterosexual white males in the culture because it's extreme. But I think it is. I think it's important that this particular slap across the face happens to pop culture right now, and I wish it could be a bigger slap. I wish it could be a scissor kick, and what else? An uppercut.
Yeah.
Because all we are seeing right now it's very peculiar, but all we are seeing is feminism invade the realm of boys, the aspirational boys toy properties. It doesn't really make sense to me. It's as if and we're letting feminists raise our boys, which doesn't seem like a good idea to me. It doesn't seem like it's going to work out very well.
No,
that is what's happening.
It's terrible. It's honestly. It's a terrible plan to let feminists raise boys. And they're doing it everywhere they possibly can. They've been doing it in schools forever. That's kind of something I don't know if people realize, but the way female teachers outnumber males, you're going to get a significant portion of, just by percentages, of feminists influencing the primary education of children. And it's crazy that we're surrendering this very important aspect of raising men to these vapid, nasty, angry people, right? And I don't know, I'm not generally a fan of like Christian music or whatever. But I think of this one song, and it's from there you go. I've done my two purchases now, by the way.
Thanks.
so people can see, and I encourage you all to back Rainbow the Brute if you haven't.
Please do. Everyone in the chat, please buy a copy of Rainbow the Brute. I promise you a laugh. I promise you a good time. And the book itself is going to be beautiful. They're prismatic chromium covers. This is going to be a comic book that you're just going to stare at for a long time. I want to bring back how high quality and beautiful comic books actually looked in the 1990s. People remember that with Cyberfrog Blood Honey. Our comic books are the Lamborghinis of comics. They look really, really, really high quality, and they're a good time.
So it's the okay, so I can't think of the band that sings it, but you know those shitty Christian movies that they made? Like they made a bunch, like the same guys.
Like Kirk Cameron is in it. And,
yeah, they made Fireproof, and they made that one about the cops. Do you remember the one about the cops? And the anyway, the soundtrack, like the key song, has this.
Was it Reservoir Dogs? I mean, it wasn't. No, that's not what you mean.
No, that's not the one I mean. It's not Mac and Me or the Omega Code. It's the same guys who did Fireproof and the other Courageous. Yes, Courageous. And the song is "We Were Meant to Be Courageous" by I can't think of the fucking band. I'm gonna think of them. They do a ton of Christian music. They're very popular band, but they have a line in there, and it makes me think of a particular experience I had. But he says, "Let the men of God arrive," right? And I forget the religious aspect of it, because that's not really like the important part of the message of the song. It was basically just saying when real men show up, when real men just show up, all the fuckery and the nonsense settles down pretty quickly, because it's almost like, oh, dad's here. Right. Like, and I mean this in my personal experience with this was I went to one political rally in my life, and it was just a disaster, but it was Michelle Bachmann. And the reason I went is I was working on a political campaign for a Republican congressional candidate, and Michelle Bachmann was speaking, and Sarah Palin was coming, and Minnesota governor at the time, Tim Pawlenty, was speaking there as well. So we went. And I was driving with this congressional candidate and my father-in-law, who's a prison guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're driving up there, and I said, you know what? I wonder if there's going to be a bunch of assholes sitting around making trouble at the entrance to this thing. And my father-in-law says, nah, it's just like in prison. They all go away when the men show up. And it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you see it at these protests, these Antifa things. I don't know if you saw the footage the other day, but basically Antifa showed up to the Trump rally, and they got their asses kicked. Like they got, they tried to start shit, and people were just hitting them with flagpoles and stuff. And they basically, they ran away like little cowards. And it's like when men show up, or it's not even men really, it's just the sort of traditional masculinity.
When righteousness shows up, it's righteous masculinity. Let's just put it that way. We don't, because there's that phrase toxic masculinity. And even though that's a funny phrase, and we use it in this campaign, because I'm doing a book called Cool Story Bro, Toxic Fairy Tales for Masculine Men, which is a part of the campaign.
Yes.
But righteous masculinity, is what you're referring to. It's Father knows best. Would you start shit? Would Antifa start shit with Fred McMurray? Probably not.
No.
Probably not. It's like those men, the men that represent Father. Almost all of the people, I've noticed this. This is a weird fucking thing, and Nick, I can't explain it. But people see me as dad, and people who have trouble with their fathers. Really hate me, obsessively hate me. And I go, where's dad? I hear you ragging on me every single day. Where's your father? And it turns out daddy disappointed him somewhere, or they disappointed daddy or something like that. And it fucks with your entire life. When you have problems with your father, it's one thing, it's one thing for girls, of course, girls who have trouble with their fathers. Oftentimes you find them on the polls. But boys need their daddies too. Boys need dad in their life. And if dad disappoints them in some way, then they're fucked up. Again, that's what this book is about. This book is about the importance of fathers as role models in a boy's life. We can't turn that over to feminists. We cannot surrender the role of patriarch, to harpies. We just can't do it, and that's what you see going on right now. When daddy actually does show up, they run for the hills,
They
and
do.
everything is kind of peace is restored.
And
And
it's
these people,
it's
Nick, what they do, I mean, the end result on society, these people bring the worst aspects of femininity to men and the worst aspects of masculinity to women. And that's what they're doing. I mean, you just see these squeaky, catty men like Ron Toy sitting there. These guys, that's not how, like, if you looked at the totality of Ron Toy's tweets, I hate to pick on Ron Toy.
don't hate
But
to
you,
pick on it. He deserves it. He earned it.
okay,
He earned
he
it.
did.
You know,
But if you,
he was bitching at a convention. Anime Dallas had a convention over the weekend, this past weekend. And he's like, listen, if any of you go to Anime Dallas, you work with my fucking fiance. And if you go there, you might give her COVID and you're putting her in danger. Despite the fact that they're all recording remotely, so it's bullshit. He's like, don't ever call me again. And it's like, wait.
that's a woman. That's what a woman would say.
Exactly. And it's like, wait a minute. These people, like, they need to work. Anime Dallas needs to sell tickets and they need to have voice actors show up to have people come through the door. Otherwise, they're going to go out of business. They're going to be done. Fuck off. Like, maybe you don't need to work. Maybe your wife or fiance or whatever doesn't need to work, and that's great for you. But other people need to go to work. And you can't just put their lives on hold because of your sensibilities. Like, just piss off. Go away. No one was calling you anyway, you weird little simp. Oh my god.
But what you're describing, I mean, it's like if you look at Ron Toye's Twitter, everything that he says, everything that he does, if you just forget about what he looks like and say, this is a woman, this is a particularly troubled young lady who's responsible, you would believe it. I mean, it would make more sense if you thought that everything that he was saying and doing was coming from a particularly troubled young lady. He behaves like a woman.
There is a popular theory that he is a female to male trans.
I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that.
It's out on the internet. I have nothing to do with that theory. Don't give me any credit for it. I may believe it, but I did not start it. I did not.
I believe it. I totally believe that. 100%. So yeah, anyway, I mean, this is what it's all about. I mean, men really do need to step up and just take control and be good dads. In general, just be better fathers, I guess, is what this is all about.
You know what I think, though? And maybe this goes back to our earlier point about, like, talking with people in person and whether or not it's achievable. I don't know if one-to-one it's achievable, but I do think there is a level of sensibility that is restored when an in-person interaction happens and just masculinity and righteous masculinity or whatever it is just shows up and calms everything down. Like, because there's the toxic masculinity, which they say leads to wars or whatever, and maybe that's what toxic masculinity actually is like the nipple rubbing, like, fighting thing that guys do. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like,
no.
where two guys like get into it and they get like chest to chest and they're like rubbing up and they're like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That sort of like weird pseudo machismo. But I think the real, and that usually involves a bunch of liquor and stuff like that. But I think the reality is that when people, when guys show up and they're just there and people are like, I don't know if that guy's got a gun, but he looks really calm and comfortable, even though things are kind of weird and tense. This guy looks calm. Maybe I should be calm too. Maybe if we're all calm, everything will be okay. Like that is a thing. And I think we're losing that. And I think we're losing it due to our culture pretending it doesn't exist. But it really does. It's a calming sort of factor in these massive public interactions. And I think it goes anytime you have more than, maybe 5-10 people in a place. It's just you need that nonsense to slow down. Drexel and I were talking about, did you see the video out of Dallas where the women were twerking in the restaurant?
No.
So this is like a black affirming restaurant, right? It's like in the hood in Dallas, and it's a black chef and it's a black small business. But these women came in and they're all twerking and doing this stuff. And the like chef or the owner comes out and he's like, "Hey, we don't need that shit in here. This is a restaurant. You stop it." And they all just sat there in their booths and like calmed down. He dadded them completely.
There are rules. You need to know the rules and follow the rules.
Exactly.
How about that?
He's like, "Don't bring that in here. This is a nice restaurant where people are coming, families are coming, and like you're making this ridiculous. Just come in and eat the food and just have a nice time." And that is what I think we're missing from all of this stuff is someone. It's the this is library guy, right? Like where the protesters are in the library at the college. He's like, "Hey,
library."
He's like, "Hey, shh. This is library." The Asian guy.
That's great. just bringing reality down.
Exactly.
Yeah. People need that. People need the rules. And how great is it to follow the rules? You know what I mean? It's we were taught to rebel against them, that there was some kind of value in fighting the power, et cetera, et cetera. But how great is it to just acknowledge the rules, everybody as society, and go along with it?
People have confused fighting the power with fighting the abuse of power.
That's right.
Like we have rules, so to speak, that before they were rules were just like social etiquette. Like, okay, look, if someone's out in public, like you just don't walk up and slap them on the ass because that's weird to do in public. You just like you don't do that. So instead, you go up and you say, "Hi, my name is Nick," or whatever, and that's simple. Or in a library, you just don't yell. It doesn't have to be an enforced rule because it's a library and it's just common decency to respect that people might be trying to read or learn something or whatever, and you don't have to be screaming and loud everywhere that you go. And in a restaurant, like I have the voice of a sailor, or I should say the dialect of a sailor, and so I will use profanity. But when I remember this when I was a kid, and I've sworn ever since I was 5 years old or whatever. But when I was around adults and my friends, we all profane like crazy. We would never dare use profanity in public around adults. We just wouldn't, out of respect for the fact that they would find that awkward. It wasn't a rule.
Still won't. I still won't. When I'm around somebody 30 years older than me, I'm a kid again.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I don't even need to be around. I can be around people my age and younger until I'm comfortable with that person. Like if I know them, if I'm in my environment, sure, the vocabulary will loosen up. But until I'm there, I will not use profanity in any way. If there's a kid within 50 yards of me, I will never use, like in public, I will never use profanity, because I know that when I was a kid, if someone used profanity, around me, my dad would have said, "Hey, I'm not a big deal, but there are kids here. Can you just kind of calm that down? Like this is a family environment." That's it. And we've lost that entirely, because and where I see it the most is you see it in Congress, where a congressman will stand up on the floor of the House and they'll say, "These fucking whatever," and you're like, "Okay, bro, stop being an edgelord. Like you're in Congress. Have some courtesy and decency and recognize where you are."
Slide so that they can get memed on the internet. They just want to be they want to be on Twitter for their performance, but we're letting those standards slide. I see that, and I cringe when I see our elected leaders behaving like Twitter edgelords. It's really disturbing, and it's becoming more common.
Yeah.
AOC, what is this? Like AOC is a real problem. Like portends bad things for the future. not just because of her politics, but because of her behavior, ridiculous behavior.
Yeah.
Post the election, talking about making lists of
Well,
Trump supporters.
and on one hand, we're supposed to like respect the office. If not the person, you respect the office. It's like, but
I'd love to.
You've denigrated the office down to the like AOC and Ilhan Omar are playing Among Us on Twitch, which is very niche and cool and within the social zeitgeist. I get it. Like I get what they're doing, but at the same time, like I don't want my congressman playing Among Us on Twitch like some sort of e-girl. Like I don't need that. That's something that I do, but I'm never going to be in Congress. Like I have sacrificed that on the altar of having an internet career. Like I know that I'll never be elected to Congress, and I'm okay with that. But this person's in Congress. I don't want you to have 400,000 simps watching you going,
you're so right.
Put those giant horse teeth on me, mama. Like I don't want it. I don't want that to be attached to 5,000 bits for AOC. No. End the earth if that's what's happening.
Oh, it's just absolutely terrible. Yeah, you see it all around you. And I think people confuse what Trump is doing for that very same thing. And I disagree with that entirely. I think Trump's use of Twitter, speaking to the common man, is actually informing and fighting back against some kind of domination and control of the media. He's able to get his message out. I think he's.
You know what's funny about it?
What?
Trump is so brash. I've heard this. He's even from people I like and respect. He's so brash, and he's a buffoon or whatever, and he says these things that are just crazy. But you know what he doesn't? I mean, he doesn't really use profanity. He doesn't really like insult people on Twitter. I mean, he'll call people out, right? And he'll say, "Oh, this is ridiculous," or he might even call him a dummy. I don't know, but he's not out there like saying, "Well, you need to have your fucking head on a pike." And we do see that political commentary from
violence.
Right, presumed
He'll
adults.
call them failures and losers, which I think is a fair assessment of somebody's performance. It's not personal.
Some of these people are objectively losers and failures.
Of course. I mean, so that's like the worst that he does. He'll be like, 5-time loser, this guy failed at this and failed. Okay, I mean, that's just Trump's opinion, and he's denigrating somebody's performance. But yeah, we've seen some absolutely ridiculous stuff the other way around. It is... we're in for an interesting 4 years. What do you think? Do you think let's say, and I know people don't like this, but let's just assume right now, let's pretend that Joe Biden is going to be president for the next 4 years.
And he very unfortunately, whatever you may have an opinion of, even though, I talked about the Texas lawsuit earlier in the show, which is really it's in my opinion, it's their best shot. I don't know. I think it's still below 50-50, but it's much better than any other shot they've put forward. But I think the most likely outcome is that Joe Biden is president. I
can't imagine it being any other way. I hate to say that. It drives me insane because I would love. We had a really great president in Trump. He was going to change things for the better, and now we've got mediocrity. He did, didn't he?
He did. Like He legitimately did. I mean, I know that there's social unrest, but that social unrest has been driven by a media with an agenda against him specifically for 4 years. And look, you give me 4 years to talk to one person exclusively, and I'll change their mind on just about anything. Where if I'm the only voice they're going to hear, yeah, I can convince you of stuff. Sure, because you won't have any counter narrative, and that's what the media has done to this guy and everyone associated with him. I was talking
enemy of the people. I mean, he's absolutely right about that.
I was talking with someone because they were like, "Why did he pick Rudy Giuliani?" And I'm like, "You got to remember, Rudy Giuliani was America's mayor. Like he was one of the most popular mayors in American history. He took New York through the gang violence and cleaned it up, and then he picked up the ashes after 9/11. Like America loved Rudy Giuliani, But after 4 years of association with Trump and constant lambasting by the media, suddenly Rudy Giuliani is a failure, a bad guy, a racist, and the worst mayor in American history, and also the worst lawyer who ever lived. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Like, you guys
That's
love
not
this
what I
guy.
remember.
You
Yeah.
love this guy in 2015.
Yeah.
So anyway, but sorry, I didn't.
No, I mean, look, we gotta, being a Trump supporter now is something that gets brought up in the same breath as Title IX, accusations when it comes to being in the Ms. Marvel TV show. Like, these are the reasons why these three people here who are cast in the Ms. Marvel TV show shouldn't be on the show. One, this person here, ethnically different from their characters, that we must consider that. The second thing is this person's a rapist. The third thing is this person's a Trump supporter. And all three of those things get spoken in the same breath.
Those are equal.
That is how insane. That is how insane the world is right now. I'm like, okay, shut the fuck up about the ethnicity thing. The Trump supporter thing, that's good. Why is that a problem? Let's focus on the rape thing. I mean, that might be a legitimate issue if it's real.
If it's real, like, let's figure out wait, is this guy a rapist? Is there a police report on this? Because if there is, then I got questions.
Then that's a big deal. Yeah, that's a big deal. Good point. Let's not hire him. But by the way, that's probably not real. But I mean, the idea that this person's a Trumpy, they're a Trumpist. How could you hire a Trumpist? Oh, this is an outrage.
Imagine suppressing an entire generation's political goals and opinions because they have a different one than you, right? You said this kid's like 19.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's 19. He
may have voted.
He should be praised if he's participating in the political system. My son, my oldest son, who has many years to have this fixed, he said to me something. It broke my spirit. The other day, he was driving home. He's like, "Hey, Dad, do you have to vote?" And I was like, "Well, I mean, no, you don't have to vote. You maybe should." And he's like, I don't want to because, I just don't ever want to be involved in these arguments over who should be president or not. And I was like, "What's going on, man?" He says one of his friends at his school had a political opinion that was different than all the other kids, right? And they were all bullying this person over their political opinion. I'm like, you guys are 13. There's no reason to be fighting over what a 13-year-old thinks about who should be president. You guys can't vote. And it was like the idea that we are taking these kids and especially 18 and 19-year-olds and berating them for having a political opinion of any kind. We should be happy that they're participating in the system, that they're exercising their right, and that they're going out and participating in this republic that we have. That's what we want people to do. But they want to suppress anyone whose opinion is different. They don't want to convert them. That's the important thing. They don't want this Trump supporter to be converted. It's convert or never ever participate. And how dare you? How dare you have?
Oh, we have to push back against this. I can't live like that. I'm Andrea and I, my wife and I, talk about how she's like listening to the music that's on the radio, and she's like, I think this is the point where, I've decided I am old. I'm listening to this stuff and I'm going, this is not music, this is shit. And I think that happens to every generation. Like, eventually you go, this is too far. It happened for old people with Elvis. This is shit. And we're not going to, okay. So we're at that point now. I'm at the point now where I cannot tolerate this idea that one political party is going to be excised. One side of the aisle has all of the power in entertainment and in working. They have all this power, and they're able to demonize the other side to the point where they get compared to somebody who might have raped someone just because of the side of the aisle. I cannot tolerate this. And it's kind of made it so that, my own life has a purpose. I've got to figure out a way to make it so that even though I'm just in comics, it's like Comicsgate has to be the alternative to that. Inevitably, people who voted for Trump, who are conservative, will be screened out of If they want to devote their lives to a big corporation drawing Batman or Spider-Man, they're not going to be able to do that. And they need another way. We do have to build alternatives. As big a job as that is, these guys who are making these movies that you're talking about, the movie about the cops, Courageous, I think you said it was called.
Yeah.
We have to do that. Like, people have to be brave enough and invest in making these alternate industries so that we have a voice and we can push back and not let everything be so goddamn perverted.
The song was "Courageous" by Casting Crowns is the one I was talking about. But
what was the movie called?
It was Courageous. The movie is called
okay.
Courageous, and they did the title track for the soundtrack. Casting Crowns did it. Very, very popular Christian band, and they're from some huge mega church or whatever. They're their worship band. But yeah, no, we have to push back against it. That was the whole point of that movie. Is like, no. There's gangs and stuff in this weird, like the Christian version of gangs where they're not swearing and stuff like that. But, but the men show up and kind of like they just put an end to this nonsense. But I hate where we are politically. I hate that the idea that we can remove a political party by shame is the scariest thing to me.
It's happening. There's no more decency. There's no more. See, your initial conversation with me about how you could sit down and talk to these people and then find some common ground. I'm here to tell you no. Despair. There is no talking to these people and finding common ground. They literally want you dead. I hate to say that, but it's true. They want you dead. They don't want you to have any voice. They want you shamed and drummed out of society. And if you were able to influence one, it would be temporary. They would go back to their clan, and they would instantly be turned against you again.
No, I'm not saying that like through my charm and wit I could save the human race or whatever, because there's not enough time. I just think that you have a different interaction with people when it's in person than online. That's my whole point in that. Is
nobody wants to get punched in the mouth, right?
And that's the threat of an in-person interaction, is that at any point, this person might get up and just lay you out, and so you have a little bit of a different encounter with them. And with me, it's always funny because whenever I meet someone who watches me on the show, the first thing that almost everyone says is, "Whoa, you're a lot bigger in person." It's because I'm like, yes, my camera's at a downward angle and I'm sitting, so I look small. But in reality, I'm like 6'2", 6'3", so I'm a bigger guy. But it's funny because I think of these people on the internet and I'm like, I know a lot of, by just the numbers, the vast majority of people who talk shit about me are smaller than I am. So it's like, if we had an in-person encounter, they would have an immediate check. They'd go, oh, just that internal reaction. That guy's bigger than me. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't try to hit him in the face because I'd have to jump or whatever.
But these villages we're building do not exist in real life. We're not around each other anymore. The real power plays, the things that are happening on the internet. Decisions are being made. People are being influenced on the internet where we are apart from one another, and we just have to deal with that. You don't get to punch people in the mouth.
No. And you don't want to either. Like, if you've never punched someone in the mouth, you don't want to punch someone in the mouth. Your hand gets all messed up. Most people who want to punch someone in the mouth have never punched bone before, right? Like they may have hit a bag one or two times, but it's like you hit someone in the face, and one of the most common interactions with a bare hand hitting a face is that the hand breaks. Because the hand...
I don't remember that. It's been a long time since I've been in a fist fight. I was 18 last time I was in a fight. And I remember, here's a couple of things that happened. How many times have you been in fist fights in your life?
Like 3 total. 3? And I was young. I'm not gonna sell myself as some expert in hand-to-hand fisticuffs at a bar or anything. I'm not, because look at these little fingers. If I smash these into a dude's face and I get anywhere other than these two knuckles,
it's not like that. Come on. I mean, here's the one thing I remember. First of all, everybody's afraid of getting hit in the face. Nobody wants to get hit in the. once you get hit in the face, you're like, that wasn't so bad, you know?
Yeah.
And then you're like, you're ready to fight. Punching someone in the face feels really good. When you finally are able,
unless
you're in a
you
fist
break
fight,
your little pinky when you do it, man.
I don't remember that. I don't remember having any hand issues when I punch someone in the face.
Maybe you have meatier pie hands than I do.
Maybe, but I don't know. I just remember being, I remember being in fist fights. I won two out of three of them. Won this kid, Antonio. I think his last name is D'Angelo. Big fucking kid, bully. I think I was in the 8th grade. That guy beat me up. But the other 2 fights I won. And then there's another one with my brother that I still regret that. I feel awful. My little brother is a year younger than me.
Yeah.
Beat the living fuck out of him. And my dad was just like, that's your brother. And I remember just being like, going to my room and actually wanting to cry. I felt so awful about it. That was the last time I had a fight.
I beat up a cousin when we were teenagers. I don't know why he got in a fight with me, and I beat him up. I was a couple years older than him. And then after that, I was sitting, I was staying at their house, and I was sitting, and he came and he pointed a rifle at my face.
Oh, fuck. What the hell?
It was weird, man. Like I realized in that moment, like, just how damaging that interaction was. Like, cause we got in a fight and I beat him up, I guess, kind of in front of his family, and like it clearly hurt him. We have a great relationship now. It's all good. Yeah. But we were teenagers, and he went and he grabbed his rifle and pointed at me, and it was like, holy shit, I could die from this. I could die over a stupid scuffle. Like, that's
what was it, a 22 or was it a BB gun? Was it a real gun?
It was a hunting rifle. I don't know what it was. It was probably like I don't think it was a 22. It could have been like a 257. Was it 257 or 26? No, probably like a 263 or a 30-06. One of those two.
Shit.
A deer hunting rifle. And it's like, that's the last fight I was in. I had a couple school fights. I didn't have to use my hands too much. The last school fight I was in, a kid hit me in the head, and I was up higher on the steps than him, and I'd taken all sorts of martial arts. I turned around, I just kicked him down the stairs. I was like, that was a bad choice by you weirdo.
You had the higher ground.
Yeah, exactly. And so it was that was the last time I got in a fight, with anybody, was with my cousin, because it and that's the reality of fighting today, right? It's not like a fight that you have back in the 60s to the 80s. Like, once you started getting into the 90s and 2000s, people started bringing guns and knives to these things. And
people don't just agree. Think about the way society is now. Like, here's the thing, like in the 80s, if you had a fight with someone, you kind of just went, all right, are we done? And somebody's like, I don't want to get hit anymore. I'm done. And that would be it. You'd shake hands, it'd be over the next day. People don't let shit go. I think nowadays, if you got in a fight with someone, nobody would let that go. What went on with the Trump presidency probably extends in a lot of cases with our social interactions as men. Somebody comes back with a gun the next day and wants to get revenge.
Yeah, it's and the weird version. The weird version of that escalation, as it translates to the internet, is they come after your job, right?
Oh, yeah,
That's the internet gun play. Is, you said something to me that I didn't like. I'm going to go through everything you've ever said, and then I'm going to send all of the nasty stuff to your manager and hope that you're fired forever. And I'm gonna try and ruin your associations with people.
I'm gonna ruin your life. It used to be, I'll sue you, and that was the pussy thing, like, right. I'll sue you for this fight. Now it's, I will destroy you on social media. I will I will cancel you.
Speaking of suing people and that being the pussy thing, can we briefly talk about the Comicsgate trademark?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Look, I don't know what's I know that there's someone who purportedly holds a trademark. I heard that Preston Poulter is trying to get it or whatever, and I don't know what like the deal is. I know the person who holds it hasn't really asked for help or whatever, but are they trying to defend it? Are they going to just let it go? Do we know? I don't know what's going on with it. That's what I'm trying
I
to figure
couldn't
out.
give a shit. If somebody wants to get the trademark to Comicsgate, well, what would they be able to do? Make comics called Comicsgate? First of all, if I wanted to, I've already talked to my lawyers about this. I'm the first one to ever monetize Comicsgate. I continue to do so.
Yeah.
I have clothing. I have a clothing line with Comicsgate on it currently
Right.
that I've sold. I have a YouTube show called Comicsgate Live. Comicsgate is mine. For all intents and purposes, I own the common law trademark. If I need to, I'll defend it.
And that's what when that dispute a long time ago with Vox Day came up, I had Stephen Birch, an IP lawyer, on my show, and that was the exact conclusion we came to, was that there's no way, no one else is using this in trade, which is the entire point of a trademark. So it was just this silly sort of fight over it, but you have Comicsgate Live, and I think that's the first real use in trade that there is, at least that I've ever heard. There isn't a Comicsgate label of comics book. No one has that. But
somebody could. I mean, if the person you're talking about is Preston Poulter, if he would like to trademark Comicsgate Comics and make a line of comic books called Comicsgate, I'm not going to fight him on that. Yeah. I don't have any plans to do that. I call what we belong to Comicsgate. There's no way that you can stop me from doing that. It predates anyone who has ever claimed ownership over the hashtag. Like I said, indeed, if I needed to, I have the resources and definitely the right to defend all of this in court. I do have prior common law trademark over the term. I have used it in commerce on 2 different occasions, and they are current. Again, I have a line of hats and a hoodie that says Comicsgate on them. So that would be a thing. I choose not to get into it. I think it's a clown show meant to cause a disruption, and I'm not going to get involved in it. I'm not going. There's so much stuff that's just meant to attention grabbing, what we would call gay ops.
Yes.
And that's what this is too.
Pegged ops, even. That would. Damn it. So then, are you concerned though that Preston would like acquire the trademark or whatever through the PTE, the Patent Trademark Office, and then come after your show? Because you would then have like this laundry list of Comicsgate Live shows. If he says you're infringing on my mark that is recognized by the PTO, like what happens at that point?
Well, my mark pre-exists his. I'm not terribly concerned about it. I mean, you might have different advice for me, but my own lawyer says I've been doing this before him. I'm able to prove that. I'm perfectly willing to allow him to make Comicsgate brand comics. That does not infringe. There's no confusion between his mark and mine.
You know what you should do? And talk to your lawyer about this, but as a troll move at least, but not a troll move. In all honesty, the difference between copyright and trademark is you don't have to protect a copyright to preserve your right, but a trademark you do have to protect. So what you can do is actually, like, say Preston gets the mark through the PTO or whatever, he gets the statutory mark. You can actually send him a letter and say, I give you permission to make Comicsgate comics.
That's all I'm doing. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's...
And in all honesty,
you'd like me to legally do that?
I'm not your lawyer, so I don't know. But the scary part of trademark is if you don't protect it, if you don't assert your ownership of the mark, you can lose the right to assert ownership of the mark in some other way. It's why you get weird trademark lawsuits over petty things, but not as many copyrights over petty things. So, but all you have to do is just assert your ownership of the mark. That doesn't mean going to court. It literally could be, look, this is mine, and I give you permission to do this in this limited way, so long as it doesn't infringe on my use of the mark, like you're not making a Comicsgate live YouTube show or whatever. You have my permission to do that. It would be so funny as such like a Chad move. But it's might be legally expedient as well.
Yeah, the thing about it is that I got to examine whether I even really care that much. I mean, my trademark is all caps comics, Cyber Frog, Rainbow the Brute, Salamandroid. I'm not terribly concerned about Comicsgate. I feel like it's just a communally owned thing. It's something that we say more than we use as a brand.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it's anything that I care about or need to care about. But if push came to shove, I'm told, I mean, I don't know, Nick. Do I need to defend it?
I don't. I don't think there's a particular need to defend it at this point. Like, he can't infringe upon people saying, I am Comicsgate, right? Like, it's not a company that he owns. And even if it was, like, here, I am Marvel. Try it, Marvel. Try it, Disney. Come sue me for saying I am Marvel. You can't.
Right.
What even is that? That's not a thing. So as far as like movement purposes, him owning the Comicsgate mark is not something that has to be done in any way. Like I said, I'm literally just trying to get a pulse check on where you and people are on it, because I've seen it kind of brewing in the background. I'm like, are they going to fight this? I don't know if they're going to. If they are, I want to support the fight. But if they're not going to fight it, and I don't see a particular reason to, it's a waste.
Yeah, it's just complete, I don't care. I don't know. I mean, I don't really care. As somebody would need to tell me why I would need to care. If you could convince me that I need to care, I might be persuaded to care. But at this point, I just don't. We're off doing our own thing. Comicsgate is a thing. It's a phenomenon. It is what it is. Already this guy Critias owned the trademark on it, and who cares? If Preston wants to do it, he can do it too. I don't know. Just not interested.
It seems like a very weird grasp at relevance by Preston, which, I mean, I guess if that's what you want.
Everything is about. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I gotta say, like, recently things have gotten really better, like a lot better within the Comicsgate community, because I think we're all starting to kind of come together and say we have differences. But ultimately, we've spent the past 2 years fighting, and it's gotten most of us nowhere. So, why don't we just kind of agree to disagree about small issues and just kind of coexist and agree to agree about the larger issues? And people have been a lot more positive lately. People that we've been arguing with are kind of just sort of. Edwin Boyette out of the blue unblocks me on Twitter and starts talking to me. Me and Mike S. Miller had a nice conversation, and even though I don't like Mike and Mike doesn't like me, we forgave each other for actual things that we did or said to each other, and we just kind of moved on. And then ultimately, I don't want only some of Comicsgaters, and everybody who's involved in fighting against social justice warriors who are ruining comics in any way is Comicsgate. It's not just something that you decide to be. You just are. You're just part of it. And I don't want some of them to succeed and others of them not to. I want everybody to succeed, whether I like you or not. I want us to win.
Yeah, that's where I am. Like, just please make stuff, because there's enough people out there that want to buy things that we can all just make stuff and people can buy it. Like, that's fine. What's wrong with that? That's how, like, there isn't, when it's the communists look at the pie versus the capitalists look at the pie, right? Like, the communists see one pie and you take slices away and eventually there's no pie. The capitalists say, we got a whole fucking bakery.
We can make more. Yeah. There's no limit to the amount of people who will buy our comic books if our comic books are good. And by the way, there are people going, oh no, please don't bring these people back on your show. Being Comicsgate doesn't mean being on my show. It just means not fighting. I don't want to fight with people. I want people to do well. So that's my energy. 0% of my energy is going to go into fighting with people who I agree with about 95% of the time. It's just that 5% of disagreement that we have trouble with. There's no reason for it. Let's just move on and let's sell comics. I'm expanding All Caps Comics. I'm bringing the guys who I grew up with, Matt Martin and Trent Canuga. We had an indie comics company called Hall of Heroes back in 1994, 1995. And, Trent Canuga went off into video games. Matt Martin went off into drawing like horror porno comics.
Yeah.
And I'm bringing these guys back. And I mean, they're like, how great is it? I was talking to Andrea about this. I was like, my life is so wonderful because you could almost excise this 20 years of time that I spent at DC and put it over here. And then my life right now is I've married the girl that I was in love with when I was 18. She's my wife now. I'm back drawing Cyberfrog like I was when I was 19 and 20. My friends, when I was 19 and 20, are back in my life, and we're going to start a publishing venture within All Caps Comics together. It's pretty I'm back in New Jersey, which is where, I lived all over the country, but I'm back in Jersey again. Everything feels centered. Everything feels right. I feel like I've never really been happier or more settled. And fighting with Preston over the Comicsgate trademark seems like a goddamn waste of time when what we could be doing is building All Caps Comics up, making sure that everybody who is anti-social justice warrior and wants to make a living in comics can make a living in comics with our help. This network of people called Comicsgate. There's no ownership over that. We all own that. And it's important that kind of be reinforced, that we all own that. And it's part of what we need to be doing because we have control over this one little area of pop culture. We can't fix Hollywood. We can't fix television. We can't fix the media, the news. But God damn it, we can fix comic books. We can do that. We can do that.
Well,
that's something that we can do.
The other stuff is it's a decade or two away, right? Like that's like I don't mean to be so optimistic because Lord knows that I'm the worst optimist on the planet. But the way independent creation is growing, we've got indie comics because an indie comic can be made by a team of 1 to 5, right? Like, and you can make a product that competes with and obliterates a DC or Marvel comic with 1 to 5 people. You can. You just have to find the talent. Now, we're getting to a point. We're already competing, guys like you, me, Flash, whatever, whoever it is. We're out here competing with CNN, with entertainment channels, with news channels. Like don't look at us actually. Look at someone like Tim Pool, right? With a million people following Tim Pool, or The Quartering, 1 million people following him, and getting their cultural news injections direct into their eye sockets from YouTube. And they're competing with shows that cost, like, you look at a CNN 30-minute episode, that's a $3 million production.
What a waste of money.
Exactly. Where Tim Pool does it, it's a guy with a beanie in front of a fucking webcam with a mic, and maybe the mic's a nice mic. I don't know what equipment he uses, but at the end of the day, it's a guy, a microphone, a beanie. His production cost might be $100 a show, something like that, and just as many people, if not more, see it than a 30-minute show from CNN that costs $1 million. We're already competing there. It's a matter of time before we're really competing in video games and we're really competing in movies. We just have to get technology and efficiency to catch up, and the skill sets of normal people.
You are so right. Looking at what's going on with it's so funny. Looking at what's going on with AT&T Time Warner, where everything is going streaming now. And that is the future. Like, movie theaters are going to be a thing of the past. Now it's just a matter of getting eyeballs. When big movies like Wonder Woman 1984 are watchable on your iPhone, And there is a streaming service where you can watch King Kong versus Godzilla and all of that. They've placed themselves on the same fighting ground as us. There's no reason why, a bunch of people couldn't get together and make a streaming service full of independent movies that competed against these movies. There's no reason.
You don't even need to make it probably would be better in the long run to make a platform and do it, but you can already distribute high quality entertainment through YouTube or wherever, and you can make a whole lot of money doing it. People are doing it right now, millions and millions of dollars. Like Dr. Disrespect. I mean, that guy, well, before Twitch decided to randomly fire him or whatever, he allegedly had like a $10 million contract or something north of that even, and his show is a production. It wasn't just some show. It was something elevated from what other people are doing on Twitch. And he's just branching out. That means that in 10 years, there's going to be a whole group of people doing stuff like that. That's where we're going. We're not going to be doing it through Hollywood studios because you won't need to. All the talent is going to stop concentrating in New York and LA and Austin, and it's going to be, for lack of a better term, democratized across rural America. And we're going to get a whole different swath of entertainment. Whatever you want to see will be made. Mm-hmm. And it'll be made in high quality. It'll be made in the latest video codecs with the highest resolutions and great audio and really talented people who just didn't want to go, you know what, who said, I really don't want to move 2,000 miles to LA. I like it here in Illinois. And that's going to be who's making your stuff. And they'll collaborate with a guy in Wyoming, and they'll collaborate and a guy in South Carolina, and they'll make something better than what anybody can make. And Hollywood is going to be eventually relegated to just billion-dollar productions like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Marvel, MCU stuff. And that's it. That's all people will have to go to Hollywood for ever again, is just some ridiculous billion-dollar cutting-edge technology movie. But the bulk of entertainment, I think, is gonna be us. It's gonna be the people that follow us, probably our kids, really. Like, all my kids want to be YouTube creators, and not because of me. Not at all because of me. They don't know hardly anything about my show other than Dad goes and does a show after we go to bed. They just watch people. They're like, these people play Minecraft and they do videos on it, and that's all they watch. I tried to get them to watch the old Animaniacs because I'm like, oh, I grew up on this. These jokes are hilarious. They hated it. They got up after 10 seconds and they walked out. They're like, this isn't funny. I don't care about Bill Clinton playing a saxophone. It's their engagement.
They're right.
Is
it
different.
Isn't funny.
Yeah. it never really was. We were just duped by not having alternatives.
It's all there was when there's unlimited choice. When there's unlimited choice, people would rather seek out something that was a little bit more honest and true. And that's what YouTube is, you can watch Tim Pool. I watch Tim Pool now every day. I got Tim Pool out there saying, bombshell, there's hope for Trump. Now, I'm not saying that Trump is going to win, but Trump could win. But I don't want to say that Trump is going to. Probably he's not going to. I want to pull back. He's not. But Trump could win with this. Every single day. Every day. And
then don't forget, subscribe to Subverse, but not the porn game.
I'm watching this stuff. I'm like, wow. Oh my God. Yeah, him and Liberal Hive Mind. I watch both of those channels every day to hear them. I don't know what they're going to do. What are you going to do after this? But they're slowly backing away from this. Trump is going to win. Trump has a way thing. All of them are starting to say, I don't think it's going to happen now. I don't think it's going to happen. And I guess that's what you have to do.
Well, welcome to the doom pill train, boys. I've been on it from day 2. No, I'm just.
Honestly, that's where I've been. I've just been like, look, when you cheat like the way that they cheated, and there is no doubt that Trump won this election. There's no doubt in my mind that Trump won this election, and they very carefully orchestrated a steal of this election. Good luck untangling that before December 14th. Before January 6th, is it the 6th? The 20th. these deadlines. It's
Yeah.
it's not going to happen. I mean, the media is fully engaged in promoting the idea that Joe Biden's going to be the next president. And if, let's just say, imagine that Trump stayed in office for another 4 years. The chaos of that. Imagine we'd be at war, right? It would turn to a shooting war.
I mean,
I'm
think,
ready for it, but
yeah, I think we've been in a Cold War for a while. I don't know if it's 4 years. I don't know if it's 6 or 8 or whatever it is. Some point we transitioned into this cold, distributed conflict where it's you don't have a traditional civil war because you don't have a Mason-Dixon line, right? Like that's not a thing that we do anymore. So you don't have, well, you're in this state and this state, because people don't care about their states that much like they did in 1860. But you now have your next door neighbor could be your enemy. And so we've been in this weird sort of Cold War, and the hostility has been growing back and forth. And if Trump ends up winning, heck, even maybe if Biden ends up winning, there's some point in the future where it does turn into a shooting war. But I don't think it ends up with, two stupid battle lines firing muskets at each other like we had back in the day. I think what it ends up is people get identified by their allegiances, and then you're at the grocery store and someone walks up and just pop, it's over. And we saw that happen with that
fucking Christ.
You remember the thing I'm talking about, right? Though they saw that Trump supporter, he was in Seattle or something, and he's part of some organization. They said, "Hey, that's the guy. He's from so and so." And someone just walks up and it's like, "Pop, pop." That guy's just walking down the road and he's gunned down on camera. And then they walked away, and I don't think they ever solved who shot that guy or whatever. But to me, that's what a modern civil war looks like. It's that, but it's every day, and that is terrifying to me. That's almost scarier than battle lines.
There's no value in the union anymore. The idea, can you imagine fighting? Can you imagine the left fighting for the idea of the United States staying together?
Oh, they did find the guy. Sorry. So thank you.
Oh, they did find him. Okay, good.
Yeah.
String him up.
But the idea of the United States staying together. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I think that we're, I said this on, I think the next day. I said, I just don't think here's the thing. When it came to the election, I was fully prepared. Like whatever happened. I feel like an adult, and I've been through this many times in my life. And if a Democrat wins, and that's just the way it fucking is. We'll see it in 4 years. And we'll see in the midterms. But it's not like that. It's not so simple anymore. And I said, it seems like Americans don't like each other very much, and they want a divorce. It's not about, hey, we need to fight to keep the United States together, blue states and red states, and I only see states. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
California doesn't want to be associated with Kansas or Mississippi. New York doesn't want any part of Texas.
Well, Northern California doesn't want anything to do with Southern California.
Oh, that's true too. That'd be great to split that state up, wouldn't it? Split those electoral votes up.
Do it.
But I just see that. I can fully see some kind of gigantic secession in the future as well. The United States splitting into two.
Yeah, I don't know what it looks like. All that stuff is terrifying to me, not for me, but because I have kids, and I'm like, what world did we leave behind for them? That's the stuff that worries me. It worries me as much as going, how are my boys going to operate in this world with these crazy people, with these crazy feminists? Like how are my boys going to find a woman who's good to them? Like that's what I really worry about. And how are my girls going to find a guy that compliments them and respects them enough to not be just like a weird enabler, like
a pushover?
Yeah, I don't want that. Like I feel like my wife challenges me and I challenge her back. Like that's a thing. We have this symbiosis that's necessary, and I worry that like my girls are going to end up finding a simp, and I don't want them to find a simp, right? I want to respect the guy that they bring home. Yeah. I want to go, damn, this guy's based and red pilled or whatever. Like
based and red pilled. Okay. Yeah.
That's
That'd be great. Yeah.
I of course want them treated well, but I want them treated well. I don't want them just worshipped either,
Yeah.
because people aren't for worshiping. So I don't know, man. It's a mess, but it's weird. Yeah.
It's reality. Everything's going to change. The world is changing all around us, and it's changing in ways that people aren't expecting. You can see it happening. You can see people responding more, to the media. I mean, if the United States were to break up, it's entirely the fault of like the media. It's entirely the fault of the poison that we've been fed by assholes like the super powerful people at CNN and MSNBC. The people who have made one side, 50% of this country, feel that being opposed, disagreeing with them is criminal. It's actually criminal.
Yep.
I mean, that's like, I'm sorry. I don't think that both sides are doing that. I personally am totally cool with liberals. Liberals, I used to hate liberals. Now I'm like, when I meet an actual liberal, I'm like, oh, thank God you guys still exist. You know, you're
Yeah.
not a poisonous SJW. You're just, you believe in the environment. Okay, good. That's nice.
I
That's
can
nice,
work
sweetie
with
pie.
you. I like
Yeah.
trees too. Please don't kill me for my opinions.
That's right. That's correct. That's where we are now. You know, it's like the media has radicalized people and filled them with fear and hatred of the other side. And, they are to blame for this. Like when Trump called them the enemy of the people, he wasn't just whistling Dixie. He's 100% correct. They are the enemy of the people, the enemy of the United States of America. And it's awful. It's absolutely awful. But I mean, you can see all this stuff coming. You need to be prepared for it. I've been warning, again, I'm just coming from the comic book industry. I've been warning the industry of what was coming. They all laughed at me. They mocked me, scorned me, and belittled me. I said, don't you see what's happening? It's like a bunch of things are happening all at once. Like the internet is now the way people buy comics. Okay.
Yep.
AT&T just bought Time Warner and DC Comics for the sole purpose of, shedding all of the extraneous vestigial aspects of the company and focusing entirely on a streaming service. DC Comics is going to break away from the direct market. The direct market is going to fail. Time Warner is going to divest itself of DC Comics publishing, and the comic industry is dead. That is what's going to happen. And you're full of shit. There's no way that could never happen. It is going to happen. It's all of this stuff just leads down one particular road.
Without being an expert on the comics industry, all I can say is that no company the size of AT&T and Time Warner wants to be in the publishing game when your better selling comics are selling 4,000 to 10,000 copies. They don't want to do. It's not profitable.
It's a waste of resources. They don't need it. And the excuse, Nick, the excuse used to be, yes, but this is where our ideas are coming from movies and things. No, there are 800,000 writers in Hollywood that can write better Batman stories than any of these soy boys can that are currently working in the comic book industry. There is no reason to keep the publishing company alive. Right. And I say that as somebody who loves comics, but it just doesn't make sense business-wise to continue publishing them.
Well, if AT&T buys Warner Brothers, who owns DC Comics, then AT&T owns Batman, and they own all of Batman. And if they divest the publishing company, then they just keep Batman. Like they don't have to send the IP away with the publishing arm of DC.
People don't understand this. It's like, you know what? We're going to stop making Batman socks because they're not selling very well. What? You're going to get rid of Batman? No, we're just going to stop making the socks. We're going to continue making the movies and the video games and all the stuff that people actually want. But we're not going to make this one thing anymore. And that's all it is. I mean, that's the choice that they're making. Yeah, it's
I think you're right. I think DC and Marvel, their publishing arms are on the chopping block. I think they can strip the publishing down. And then here's the news. They can put their anthology work into Walmart and Target the way they're doing now without keeping the entire publishing arm of Marvel and DC. All they need is a house of like 5 people.
That's it.
And they can put out an anthology X-Men work, and then 3 months later they can crank out an anthology Captain America or whatever they want to do, and they can keep those alive, and they can put them and distill them down into very consumable BS books that go into Walmart and Target where people are. Local comic shops can die in a fire for all they care, and that's all they need. Because the reality is, when they do that, they're going to start selling 100 to 200,000 books rather than 5,000, and they'll just do it every quarter instead of every week, and that's a better investment. It's cheaper for them, and it'll make them just as much money, and they'll preserve the IP, and that'll be all they need to do. That'll be
You're looking at COVID being an excuse right now. I mean, it's like AT&T, by the way, is like, I mean, AT&T is a monster. They're sitting there going, we don't need movie theaters either. We don't need comic book stores. We don't need movie theaters. These people are in the way of what the future is. The future is just your iPhone. That's all it is.
Because Warner Brothers is going entirely to HBO Max next year. Or, well, no, simul release. Like, you can pay $50 to take you and one other person to a movie theater and buy overpriced popcorn. Or for $8 a month, you can sit on your couch and watch every movie that we release when it comes out on the day on your big-ass TV. Yeah.
Or with all your friends, invite everybody over, 50 people in your house to watch one movie, watch all of the movies for $15 a month. What do you think is going to happen? That is, they're cutting the throats of the entire movie theater industry. And it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And they're saying, well, it's because of COVID. COVID is the handiest excuse. It cost Trump another term, in my opinion. COVID is the excuse that is changing the world right now. They're absolutely changing everything because of this disease.
Well, it's what you, in a weird way, it's what many people need. You need an excuse to break the psychosclerosis of society, right? Like, it's the reason we're stuck on fossil fuels is because the distribution network for fossil fuels is so damn efficient. There's a gas station all over the place. And we have this, and it works, and it's nice. And it's like, well, Elon Musk is making this cool rechargeable car. It's great. I live in rural Minnesota. There's one electric vehicle charging station within 50 miles of my house. And up until this year, there were 0. So that's a tough thing to sell. And until you can get some excuse to break that conditioning, you're not going to break fossil fuels. It's just not going to happen. But, and same thing with movies. Movies were fine. Everybody was okay with going to a movie theater in 2019. We were all happy to do it. We were all like, God damn, it's $15 a ticket. This is a lot. $18 for a bucket of popcorn. This is a lot. I could buy a steak dinner for this movie. But, well, I'm going to go. But then suddenly someone goes, and we're like, whoa, I'm never going to a movie theater again because they'll just send it to my house. Why would I ever go to a movie theater ever again? Except for nostalgia. That's how they're going to have to market.
It's going to be just like the drive-in movie theater. Of course, it's a way better way to experience a movie, but people just don't care that much.
Look, people, like you said, right? You can watch the newest release on your iPhone. It's like, yeah, but the movie has Dolby DTS, Dolby Atmos sound, and it does. And you're like, this is like an 8K picture projected. I've got spatial surround sound. I can feel the bullets tickling my ball sack. This is amazing. And yet, someone will say, I know I can do that, but watch this. Here's my iPhone,
right,
and I'm on a plane. I don't need to go, like, I can tickle my ball sack. I don't need the bullets to do it. And it's amazing how much we inflate this stuff. And I'm the guy, I love having a beautiful picture and beautiful sound. I don't like watching movies on my like little phone. And I have I have the Surface Duo, right? Like, I have this beautiful thing, opens up like this.
Oh, yeah.
But I would rather sit and watch it on my TV, on my couch, or I like to go to theaters. But at the same time, like if in a pinch though, like I'm gonna just put on some headphones and watch a movie wherever I am.
It's gonna be a rare movie. Here's the thing: if I'm paying $15 a month for HBO Max, I'm gonna watch most of this stuff. 95% of movies I'm gonna watch at home.
I'm gonna watch
might
way
go out
more.
to see.
Yeah.
I might go out to see every now and then a new Star Wars movie. I might go out to the theaters to see. You need to see that in a communal setting. Most of this shit, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna subscribe too because the Many Saints of Newark, the Sopranos prequel, is going to be straight to streaming, and I've been waiting for that movie. So, I mean, that's what I mostly care about.
You know what I hate the most about COVID?
What?
I watched the Maverick preview the other day. The sequel to Top Gun, Maverick.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to come out in June of this year. Have you seen that preview?
Yeah, I saw the trailer for it.
You realize that they actually put the actors in like F-18s and F-14s and they flew their asses around with like drone controls or whatever.
Yeah.
So those scenes where they're like pulling a high G turn and their faces, distorting and stuff, they're actually in the planes.
Real.
They're doing the practical effect thing that the 80s did. And like when Tom Cruise launches off that in an F-14 and he launches off the ship, the aircraft carrier, they're actually on an aircraft carrier launching Tom Cruise off of it in an F-14. Like, that's amazing. I want to see that movie so bad. I don't care if it sucks. I want that practical effect back. I don't want to see CG bullshit when I'm talking about planes shooting other planes out of the sky. I want the practical effects.
When is it coming back? When are we going to get back to normal? Because it's not next year. I know that. I'm prepared for 2021 almost entirely to be still COVID affected.
The rumor in Minnesota is that we're not even opening restaurants until March. And I'm like, why? I don't lick my waitress. Like, I'm not getting sick from this. Let me go buy a sandwich and sit down. For the love of Christ, I don't want to buy everything and bring it home.
You don't want to get this disease. I'm telling you, people are going, this is no big deal. John Malin got it. And John Malin still isn't right. I mean, this is way worse than the flu. I dread this disease because I actually feel like it probably takes years off your life. It fucks up your lungs. It turns them to tapioca inside. John is still walking around with an oxygen tank. And he's a healthy, strong guy. You don't want to fuck around with this disease. And I'm as an asthmatic and someone who is 5 pounds overweight, or so. I don't want to get it. I definitely don't want to get it.
Yeah. I don't know. I may have had it. I don't know. Right early on in this pandemic thing, we had traveled down to Florida. We went to Disney right before they shut down. Like the week before Disney shut down in Florida, we were there and the whole family, and we all got sick. We had a nasty cold-like thing run through the whole family. And it's very possible that, that we got this COVID thing. Because from what I hear, there's like 2 strains of it. A guy on my Discord has gotten it twice. Poor bastard.
Yeah.
He got the first one. It wasn't that big of a deal. He got the second one, and he keeps calling it the European strain, but he's not a doctor, so who knows what the hell he's talking about. But this one has like put him in the hospital, and it's really nasty. So I don't know. And maybe the first one weakened him. I don't know what it is. But I may have gotten it. I'm not sure. I don't want to get it by any means, but I also for me, I'm just like freedom a little bit. If I don't want to catch it, I'm not going to go out, or I'm going to take precautions when I go out. Like I'm going to bring hand sanitizer. I'm going to wear a mask.
That's right.
I want to choose to do those things. What I don't want is the government to shut down businesses and keep everybody at home against their will.
100% agree with you.
That's my thing. And because I have clients, believe it or not, I still have clients as a lawyer, but I have clients that we had to ask the court very politely the other day to have a remote hearing And you know, because my clients have COPD and other stuff like that, they're a huge risk. They can't go out. They haven't left their house since the pandemic started because they are giant risks, and they should be able to do that. But if you want to tell like a 20-year-old kid that he can't leave his house, and it's like, you know, I can't count.
I worry about that too. I got a 21-year-old who's out there working, and it's like, yeah, it's fine for him, but he brings it home to me. You know, it's like, I mean, that's the problem is I don't want any of these kids carrying this stuff back home to me. I'm secure in my bunker here.
What you got to do is you got to spray him with a fire extinguisher every time he comes home.
Yes.
What was that? Look, I got to kill this virus that's on your skin.
Yeah, I cannot wait until this thing is dead. I don't know about the vaccines or anything anymore. This has just been the weirdest 2 years 3 years of my life, I gotta say.
That's the problem, right? Like, I take all kinds of vaccines, but I don't know if I want this one. Like, because I'm not quite sure if it's gonna turn me autistic or whatever. I don't know. Like, Jenny McCarthy convinced me. What if it has some lingering effect, and we won't know for a decade?
Yeah,
that's the problem. And do you know that the Pfizer and these other companies, Merck, I think, and Pfizer, they entered into an agreement with the United States that they would have immunity from liability for negative side effects from this vaccine in exchange for rushing it through.
Sake. Yeah.
And it's like, okay, without a hint of irony or jokes, I genuinely think Merck and Pfizer can produce a vaccine to this thing that is relatively safe. However, like the second you go, it's immunized from liability, and you combine in the politicization of the disease itself, I'm like, well, now I don't know what to believe. I don't know if I should take this thing. I don't want my kids to take it, because what if my boys suddenly become, you know, Rainbow Brute's kid or whatever? Like, what if they take it? It's like, wait, is this thing? This is a soy-based vaccine? No, right? Like, I don't trust it anymore because I can't. I can't trust it. They've taken away my trust.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that at all. That is, I don't know how to feel about it. I think it's really strange. I've never been more cautious. I go out of the house. I went to a restaurant today, which was great. It's the first time in 9 months I went inside a restaurant and sat down and had lunch with my wife. But I'm absolutely terrified of it. I do believe people are saying, well, yeah, but it's not killing that many people. I don't know that it's not shortening their lifespans, though. I really feel like what happened to John Malin took maybe 10 years off his life.
Look,
I hope not.
On this stream, I took a shot of whiskey-infused pie. I don't know if the virus is my main concern.
We just got to live life. I think you're right about that. I think you're right.
And I don't know. Like, again, my thing is not... I would never... I have no intention of shaming people who make the choice to stay home. What I want from my government is the choice to stay home. I want the choice to wear a mask. And I want, like, here's the thing. I say government can't force me to wear a mask. I wear a mask when I go out 99% of the time. The only time I don't, I have a Rekieta Law mask. You can buy them on my Teespring store.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will wear the mask. Absolutely make the choice to wear the mask. Here's the thing. If I show up at the grocery store and I look at my car and go, oh shit, I forgot my mask at home, I'm going to just go in the grocery store. And I'm going to go by myself. I'm not going to go breathe on people. I'm not going to, like gnaw on the cart or anything like that. I'm just going to go through. I'm going to be respectful, and I'll keep my 6 feet of distance. And that's how I am. But I want the choice to do that. What I don't want is, oh, I forgot my mask at home. I either have to drive home, or there's a weird cop sitting there going, here's $1,000 fine. And I'm like, where were you when my telescope was stolen, you pig? Like, that's because my telescope was stolen from my yard, and I was pissed.
When was this? When you were 16, or was this just recently?
This is about 10 years ago.
Oh shit!
Yeah. It was a nice telescope too. I was looking at Jupiter was out. You could see the rings of Saturn through it. It was great. This is the first time I lived in the country. I lived in the country. I'm like, I can see the stars. So I bought this big telescope. And then some jackhole kid came and stole it.
And you live in Minnesota. It's so nice there, right? I mean, you would think people would be more decent than that.
They left a
thieves.
thank you note.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm kidding. No. But okay. So I need to read a bunch of chats. And
let's do it.
If I don't do it, we're gonna talk forever because I miss you, man. I enjoy talking to you so much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you so much. Rainbow Brute got a lot of sales, and thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Good. Maybe we'll have to do it again before this 21 days are up. Too. Kelly Sue DeChronic says, EVS, did you catch Cecil's show today? We found out Anna can bend over like a Polly Pocket and pee standing up.
No, I missed that. Anna is a mutant. She's funny. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I'm going to get kicked off of Twitter.
Yep, you're gone. That. You're gone, you bigot. I like Anna. I've been on one show with her, I think one or two maybe. I would love to talk to her. I need to invite her on sometime. Bad Vibe says, so Harry Potter was promoting caste prejudice. Yes. He also says motivation, good idea, can become a blank check. And I think that's been true in America forever on some sort of grand scale, but I think it's true on a smaller scale now, and that's what I like. Right? Like that's what YouTube actually is. Like you can have access to markets that were previously exclusive. And you don't have to open a donut shop to do it. Please open a donut shop in my town, people. Nova Zero says, I need to see that lunchbox, Uncle E. I want to pull that sucker out at work and have some serious people who get stuck sifting through communist crap just marvel at that chode I'm dumping on the table. Make lunch interesting.
Yeah, okay. We're working. I'm getting the picture made of the lunchbox, so I'll have that up pretty soon.
I'm excited for it. I remember I had the Transformers one with the little plastic slide locks on the top and stuff like that. Or you had the metal latches, like that was the $20.
That's what we're getting.
You're doing the steel or aluminum construction ones?
Yeah, with a handle and all that stuff, and then art all over the lunchbox.
Oh, that's great.
It's gonna be great.
Michael Tynan says, hey guys, this is way too much fun. We can have nice things if we man up and demand them. Bad Vibe says, society has embarrassed the victim mentality and reward failure to develop coping skills. We've got, hold on, I've got to find out where I am here. Silky Johnson says, Nick, it disturbs me greatly if they are able to pull off this gay op. Our vote is one of our final weapons against what we perceive to be corrupt and inept leadership. Can we recover if they pull it off? And what long-term damage can this have? Thanks, man. What do you think, Ethan? What do you think about the vote? Are we going to recover from this? 70% of the country believes that Joe Biden stole the election. That's an amazing number.
Yeah, so look, this set a precedent, but a lot of things converged to make this possible. COVID allowed the mail-in vote. The mail-in vote is what did it. And what can you do? I mean, it's like they stole it fair and square. I almost want to say it's like, the
amazing thing is they don't necessarily, like, there is a fraud that occurred and the fraud is big, but it's not the same as it used to be, right? Before COVID, your fraud had to be widespread and involve thousands and thousands of people across different states to really like pull this off, because you had to like stuff ballots, and so you didn't see the fraud really impacting a federal election, especially not a presidential election. But with the mail-in ballots, what you just keep, so in Michigan you mail out 7.7 million ballots allegedly. Let's say 200,000 of those ballots don't get mailed out, right? Like they just sit in a warehouse. So you mail out 7.5 million. You say you mail out 7.7 million. This can, and the Secretary of State is the person who does it. One person now has just created 200,000 potentially fraudulent ballots. And all you got to do is watch the numbers and you go, okay,
how many do we need?
Losing Michigan, we just drive these into the counting booth. And
sure seems like that's what happened. Yeah, I mean the stop. I mean, everyone feels weird about them stopping the count in the middle of the night all of a sudden with the Georgia pipeline. The weird reaction of the media all of them spastically at once saying, we're stopping the count. And here's Joe Biden in his car to make a speech in Delaware to talk about how he feels good. Everyone's saying, well, there's a pipe leak in Georgia. All of it was peculiar. And it is very weird that Trump won down ballot. I mean, Republicans kicked ass. It's very weird that Joe Biden won where he needed to win in order to. It is organized. It was carefully done, carefully stolen election. And like I said, Trump saw it coming. He warned us all about it. He said it, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't stop it. That's
the most frustrating thing about the courts is they're saying, "Oh, you should have brought these lawsuits months ago." It's like, yeah, right. You bring in a lawsuit in September and say, by the way, what they're going to do is stop the count at midnight, and then they're going to drive in truckloads of ballots that no one has seen before, no one's going to verify, and they're going to keep out the poll watchers. And the court's going to go, you're fucking crazy. They're not going to do this. That would be ludicrous. That would be too obvious of a fraud. That's what the court would actually say. And then they do it, and the court says, you should have brought this back in September.
Yeah.
You knew this was going to happen. Yes, we're all fortune tellers.
Very powerful people wanted this to happen, and it was unstoppable almost. So,
yeah. I think the most refreshing thing about this is 70% of the population, which means something like 25 to 40% of Democrats also believe that this was stolen. And if we have that much popular support that the election was a fraud, we have the hope to recover from it. I don't know if we will, but we at least have the hope to it. Kelly Pseudochronic says, good try, Nick. 1,600 people watching is a good effort, but Viva Fry had 14,000 watching with Barnes on. Telling you, man, see if you can either get on stream to talk election lawsuits. Look, I have my own issues with YouTube and election coverage. And I am very happy with the numbers that I get. I am perfectly okay. My life is great. I wish all the success on Viva Fry, and I'd love to have him on. My show's typically too late for him, but I'm working on some daytime shows to have him on. Yethna P says, Nick, please make EVS understand that he can do very well by sponsoring YouTubers like Salty Cracker, Raging Golden Eagle, yourself, and others by asking all to promo Rainbow Brute. Now you can track referrals with custom links. You can see the results. Do it. Do it, Ethan.
Okay, I would love to. Hey, everybody, promote my book for no particular... I appreciate... I mean, Nick is kind enough to say, you've got a campaign, you want to come on and chat and let people know about it. I really appreciate that, but I would not impose that on anyone.
Look, I offer the same thing to any friend, and I consider you a friend. Even if you don't, you're stuck with me. Knight of Hopex says the problem you're bumping up against is that once a society becomes corrupt, people can no longer agree on what rules are. Our domestic enemies have corrupted the incentives for normal civil behavior in our institutions. They're enacting revolution. Men won't show up if there aren't the normal rewards like opportunity, wages, marriage, etc. That's why passively promoting masculinity won't cut it. We ultimately must forward our values in our culture and politics as an answer to the chaos of Marxism. You know, I basically agree. I think that's what we're saying. We've got to teach men to be men again. I think men for a long time did show up even when there was no reward, and now we're telling young boys through popular media not to.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think we need to. Crusader Saracen says, as a friend of mine once said, the mistake that men made was not keeping their pimp hands strong. Not sure I'd phrase it like that, but there's certainly truth to it. People also forget just how well liked Trump himself was before he decided to fight the political establishment. Most of the celebrities and singers attacking him have photos of shaking hands and laughing at parties with him from 10 to 20 years ago. Yeah, he was a wildly popular guy. That's why he won the election despite the machine trying to keep him down. Is his name recognition was something like 99% of America. One of the most recognizable figures on earth.
An absolute hero. I mean, the fact he didn't need to do this, and the fact that he did, he sacrificed. Look, think about the amount of shit that we put up with, and sometimes it can be kind of depressing. Yeah. It's fractional compared to what Donald Trump puts up with, and what he gave up to be president of the United States. and stand up to these people and try to make a difference.
My buddy Ty said, what's the worst thing that happens to Trump if he loses the election? He takes his $5 billion, his stunningly hot wife, and he goes back to his, Manhattan apartment plated in gold, and he just builds a media empire and spends the rest of his life making fun of these people. Like Trump has options and opportunities that most of us could only dream of. And like you said, he stepped down from that into a job that the only thanks he's going to get for being president is possibly the next several years spent fighting political prosecutions.
That's right.
That's the thanks. Is some attorney in New York, some prosecutor in New York is going to be trying to fight the Donald Trump thing. It's just gross. Joe Biden says, finally, our plan to steal the election will be complete. The fuck is that? Ken Paxton, the AG of Texas, hiding in the rafters. Your worst nightmare, butthorn. Yeah. Have you seen Bulletproof with Gary Busey?
No.
You need to watch this movie. It's from like 91 or 89, something like that. And it's about a tank that is like the hyper bulletproof tank of super technology, but also Gary Busey, who's a grizzled cop who has been shot 44 times, so his nickname is Bulletproof.
Nice.
It's great.
It sounds like my kind of movie.
Joseph Kerwin says Italy had the years of lead, like a decade of right and left extremists committing assassinations and bombings. Flandre Scarlett says, I don't agree that it's a Cold War. I call it a cultural total war because the behavior of at least one side is out of total war. But when pared down in scope to cultural influence fighting over control of it, why shoot when you can kill their soul? Damn.
Jesus Christ.
In some ways, I kind of agree. Let's see. We've got a couple more here to get to. Creeper Weirdo says, tell EVS I backed Rainbow, both Cyber Frogs, and Earthworm Jim 2 because I don't play by yo mama's rules.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Let's see. Was there... Here we go. Nope. I read that one. So there were some from before you popped on that I did read, and I'm trying to get through those. Polio64 says Cyberpunk is going to be trash, and I'm ready to mine the salt. Sam Piter says, what's your favorite Horus Heresy short story, Rekieta? Mine's either Thorpe's Value of Fear or French's The Crimson Fist Iron Warrior fans stay grumpy. My Horus Heresy short story, Joy, is everything involving Nathaniel Garrow. I love that guy. I love the stories about him. They're all audiobooks for the most part, and I like them a lot. 200 Watt Studio says, over an hour late and gay. That's to you. Wilberforce Worcester says, WTFIT. Russell Hall says, the Fatty story was proven to be a farce, but it destroyed his career anyway. Damn.
Yep.
Neon Noir says, now I want to get fat enough to hurt a woman. Well, look, at some level of fat, if you put a woman on a Tempur-Pedic bed, you'll just smash her into the bed and she won't have any way to escape, right? That'd be horrifying. TLJ Screwjob says, third jury literally wrote an apology letter to Fatty. Amateur Ant says, he should have taken her to see Dr. Pepper. Black D Dragon says, is that much nose on a stream even legal? You and I are supposed to have a nose off. Whose nose is bigger?
Mine's got to be, I mean, mine is a prize. It really is. I don't really look at you and see a big nose.
Give
me a profile. No, I don't. I've heard people say that about you. Yeah, it's just normal. It's just normal.
I look smaller on camera in general. We'll have to get out the measuring tapes at some point. Have a nose competition. Amateur Ant says they'll call Margot Jackie Swallows. Less of a name transition instead of Jack Sparrow. Jackie Swallows. Bad Dragonite says Ethan joining bronies against communism. Blaine 20 says I'd like a heart emoji bear plushie, please. Nova Zero says, Chapter 1, Islam was right about women. No! Creeper Weirdo says, I backed both Cyber Frogs, Rainbow, and Earthworm Jim too. I'm that badass. CJ says, Nikki, Sweet Cakes, Buttercup, I demand that you praise Ethan for being a great comic artist. Look, I can only hand job so much. I can't draw for shit, so I've watched some of your drawing videos, and they make me want to noose myself. I'm like, oh, he draws a bunch of stupid circles in a frame of a person, and then suddenly Batman is standing there, and I don't understand it.
Thanks.
Noir777 says, I had someone on Twitter wish my niece got raped because I wouldn't rush to defend a woman who said she was raped. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I can't stand people. I really, honestly.
Dr. T says, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't mind COVID. I want to stay in my basement. I'm done.
Yeah. I've noticed that about artists, actually. They're like, no, this is great. I could just sit here and draw, and I don't have to do anything else. Dr. Teeth says, based on his poop-eating grin, I assume Rontoya is a fecophile. Can you confirm? I will neither confirm nor deny the amount of shit that Rontoya eats and plays with. SeedFan85 says, bring back Greek tragedies. Yes. Bring back Greek tragedies. Doyle Hargrave says, Ethan, do Stan Lee selling Rainbow Brute? Wait, it's like, do you do a Stan Lee impression?
Not a good one at all. I mean, not one that I want to share with you. I mean, every now and then I'll come out and I'll talk shit as Stan Lee, but I don't even remember how I do it right now. I'm sorry. No, I'd fuck it up. Nervous.
I'll do it. Listen.
Go ahead.
You gotta buy Rainbow Brute. It's a terrific book by Ethan Van Sciver.
That's really old Stan Lee. That's like Stan Lee about to die. Yeah.
That's the one I watched, was Stan Lee's Superhumans. That's all my exposure to him, like, actually speaking, is that. So. You gotta buy Ethan Van Sciver. It's about a superhuman Rainbow Brute. Terrific. It's a great story. Okay, sorry. Red Mage 13 says, missed your show last night, but wanted to ask if you had heard or did talk about Anime Dallas. People losing their minds over it, even though the con followed safety guidelines. Ignore everyone losing their mind about whatever. Some people just need to work, and if they're following the law, piss off. Mark Wade in the chat says, didn't I cancel this guy years ago? Fix this now! 200 Watt Studio says, EVS's amusement park will be called Pyami. Wait, are you still doing the For the Fans convention? Is that still on the table?
Okay, so yes, I've got a company that wants to do it. They want to produce it. It's a matter of when. They're asking me, when do you want to do it? And when do I want to do it? I don't know. I'm thinking October, but
yeah, it's hard to predict how long the COVID stuff's going to go on, right? Like, because if it's over early, it's like, oh, great, we'll do it in March. But if it's going to go through most of 2021, which I think it might, how do you do it? How do you do it?
Yeah, starting a crowdfunder for a convention and then having to cancel it for COVID doesn't seem like a great idea to me.
No, not at all. Flamio says, I want to work for myself, but I don't know where to start. Skill prerequisites and undercapitalization are big issues. Do you have any advice for someone wanting to start for working for themselves?
Yeah, the first thing that you need to do is attract a customer base and see if you have one. That's not an easy thing to do. Do you have a customer base? And one can be acquired through social media, but it does take time. I can't take for granted the fact that I worked for 25 years in comics before I launched, my independent career.
Did you watch the show Pitchman at all?
No.
It's Billy Mays and Anthony Sullivan, or Andrew Sullivan, whatever. The guy. They're both the TV, as seen on TV guys. Billy Mays, of course, is the big one before he died from cocaine or whatever. But Anthony Sullivan was the other guy who did the mop. They had a show called Pitchman, where you would pitch to them your as seen on TV product, and then they would, if they liked it, they would link you up with some company to make cheap Chinese manufacturing things and put it on for $19.95 or whatever on TV, and you do the infomercial bit, and stuff. The one thing I really liked about that show is both of them, and maybe you can attest to this, both of them got their start on the Atlantic City boardwalk.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they were literally, like, Billy Mays was literally the guy on the boardwalk going, hey, come here, I got to show you something, right? And that's what you need to do if you want to be an independent creator on social media now, is you have to find that way to reach out to people, and you have to say, come here, I've got a thing you need to watch, you need to see this, come. And that was what differentiated the guys who could sell in person, who could sell you a stupid knife that was going to get dull even though they told you it never would, versus the guy who couldn't sell the knife. He's like,
I love this stuff. I love sales so much. I really admire people. I just, the stuff in the 1950s, 50s ad men were absolutely brilliant because they were given the same product all the time. It was like, here's two newly minted, 50-cent pieces. Mine's on the left. You tell me why mine's better. And that's what an ad man has to do. That's what a pitch man needs to do. And being on the boardwalk like that and pitching a sham wow to people walking by is invaluable practice. But I mean, really, the truth of the matter is, what do you need to sell? You need a product that people will probably want, and you need to give them a reason to buy it. And those two things together will equal a sale. And that's something that not everybody can conceive of. Not everybody can do, but if you give a little thought to what you're doing, you can do it. I admire this My Pillow guy. This My Pillow guy kills me. He's a billionaire.
Yeah.
And all he did was ask, and people make fun of him, but it's like, it's not funny. He sat there and he said, what does everybody have, but everybody thinks it isn't good enough? And that's your pillow. It's like everybody needs a pillow. Everybody wants a pillow, but everybody can be convinced that their pillow isn't as good as it could be. And then I can sell you a pillow that's going to be better than the pillow you have for $20. You're going to make $1 billion. And he's doing the same thing now with towels. He's like, your towels don't wipe up water, do they?
Mine does. Well, mine do. I have Norwex towels and they soak up water, but most towels don't.
That's right. They just push water around, but these towels absorb water immediately. You're going to make $1 billion. It's as simple as that. You find a need, you find something that everybody uses, that you can convince people that, they could use a better one, and you're going to make a ton of money. And it could be anything. Pillows was particularly brilliant because everybody goes to sleep. Everybody wants a pillow. I'm always sitting there looking at my bed and going, my pillows right now suck. I need to replace my pillows. I'd be sleeping better if I had better pillows. Yeah. So, that's kind of what you need to do.
But the thing is, one, don't shoot for $1 billion idea. Like, it might be $1 billion idea, but don't like try and search for that. The main thing that I got from pitchmen, and it's true. This is the truest thing I can tell you about sales and independent business, is you have to be the guy to say, hey, come here. I've got to talk to you about something. Because if you start your sales pitch and there's one person there, you have a 50-50 shot of getting a sale. If you start your sales pitch and there's 100 people there, your odds have increased dramatically of getting a sale. And you're using the same amount of breath, whether it's one person or 100. So you got to figure out how to say, hey, come here. And that's what the pitchman guys always talked about. And these are the guys who had the hardest sales job in the world, selling shit to people walking by. Divest yourself of $30 right now to some weirdo on a boardwalk, and it all starts with gathering enough people there to make the next thing they say worth it. So you got to start your social media. You've got to start promoting and marketing that. I don't know how you do that. It's different for every person, but you've got to get people to the product before you can sell them a product. So
that's right.
So do that. Ron Crossman says, Uncle E, you and Jeff gave Hal his dignity back. I'll never forget that. Green Lantern Rebirth is still my favorite. P.S. If you kill off Sal, we riot.
Thank you. Thanks.
Angry Vainling says, EVS, please tell chat to hit like. They're lazy.
Guys, please like this video. Like the video right now. Hit thumbs up. There's no reason why we couldn't get over 1,000 likes. I don't know how many there are. Let me look.
983 right now. Hopefully.
No. Yeah, 983. Why aren't we at 1,000? We need 17 people to hit thumbs up.
I don't know. Tet says the name for I'm Not Starfire's character has to be Dumpster Fire.
Yes.
Mike Oxmal says Anna somehow made Starfire's daughter worse. Midnight in Exile says,
help.
I'm old enough to remember when EVS swore art was subjective and it was impossible to criticize the quality of Anna's work and seeded CG into Marvel 2.0. Damn.
Oh, for God's sake, these guys.
Shadows King 101 says the best Christian song is Go With Jesus by MC Jarbo. No, it isn't. Stop it. Donut Swan says we are lions, hail real men. Skeet Neat says, hey, EVS, is it true that Rob Liefeld screwed over Jack Kirby's wife?
That'd be great. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd like to know.
200 Watt Studios, EVS, Nikki totally simps for Biden. Babulski says, y'all still got the magic when y'all stream together, smiles for days. Malik Foxen says, so I've never done Indiegogo. Want a copy of Rainbow. Moving soon. We'll have to change shipping after Indiegogo ends. Don't know new address yet. What do? Also, Streamlabs not letting me give you money rackets. Well, I'm sorry that Streamlabs is being racist. Okay, so what do they do if they're going to move, but they...
it's so easy. I mean, this is the thing, when you have an Indiegogo, when you have an Indiegogo page, you can click on your page, you can click on my contributions, and it'll list all of the Indiegogo campaigns that you've contributed to. You can click on mine, and you can go in there, see your address, and there's an edit button underneath it. So up until every single day, up until the day that I begin to fulfill the campaign, you will be able to edit your address, and we will ship it there. I will not print out the addresses until your package is ready to ship. So you can change your address as many times as you want. It's very easy to do it. But I will say this, the one thing that is a problem is if you're moving out of the country, because shipping price for the United States is one thing, and that'll lock you into the United States. But if you're moving out of country, that's a different shipping price, and it won't let you change your country. It'll just let you change the state that you live in the United States.
Yeah. So yeah, you can easily change it as long as you're moving within the U.S. Otherwise, it's a little bit difficult. I owe a shot to the stream for 1,000 likes. So this is Apple Pie Moonshine. I don't know what the proof is, but maybe I'll die. Thank you to whoever sent me a thermos of Apple Pie Moonshine.
That's great.
I'm sure it's legal. 200 Watt Studio says in Lemoyne voice, Mike, please pay Eden. I don't know what.
Mike S. Miller, his daughter.
Okay. DCV Titan says Preston as in Preston Pooper. Yep, that one. Angry Baneling says EVS, if you let the snakes back into CG, they will divide CG further. Keep them at arm's length and continue to grow CG without their influence. That's his opinion. Jalapeno Milk says, I changed my mind. EVS is right that CG shouldn't be about fighting each other, just the SJWs. That, good comics, and promoting each other. Yeah, I actually fully agree. Just make stuff. You don't have to like everybody involved. Just make stuff. And don't stop other people from making stuff generally. CJ says, now I know you're a liar, Nikki. Who the fook in their right mind wants to live in Illinois? Look, I picked a state in the middle of the country. That's all I did. Superstitious Oblivious B says, hey, what's wrong with simping? Childo says, I currently have COVID and I can tell you it's nothing. Damn. Kyle Robertson says, Nick, take the vaccine. My country isn't getting it until March, and I want to see if it's toxic before then. No, you can watch George Bush die from the vaccine, not me. Jamie Moodley says, Ardbeg 10 versus Highland Park 12. I'd go with Ardbeg. I like the smokiness. Highland Park 12 is great, though. God, good. That's a tough choice. Ardbeg 10, I think, is cheaper. Get that one. Phil Moore says, has anyone here heard of the Great Reset? Will buckos buckle up? It's going to be a bumpy ride. I've heard it in passing, but I haven't read the theory or whatever. Kalinka Pavlova says, wow, you two are still awake. Also, hello, yes, I'm late and homosexual. Okay, two more. Night of Hopex says, oh no, without any doubt, socialism is slavery. The COVID stuff is being used to justify turning our entire country into a Chinese-style death camp with high-tech control of speech, employment, and movement. Take it for what it is. This is a war, boys. And Crusader Saracen says, Andrew Breitbart once said politics is downstream of culture. I like to add culture is downstream of entertainment. I commend you both for fighting the good fight, and I hope to join soon when I finish my own book I've been working on. God fucking speed. Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. I need to put out a book. I have one. I gave away a multi-$1,000 idea, like at least a 5-figure, if not a 6-figure idea. I gave it away for free to a friend of mine the other day, Ethan. I feel dirty. I feel dirty.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's beautiful. And when he produces it, I will claim all of the credit. It is the Book of Karen. It is
the Book of Karen.
A biblical style book written by a Karen. Like Proverbs.
That sounds awesome. That's a great idea.
I know.
You'll make money from that.
He'll make a ton of money. He'll do it great too. It'll be fantastic. Okay. All right, man. Well, that's what I've got. Guys, back Rainbow the Brute. We're almost, or wait, where are we?
Oh, we're almost at 270. Almost, I think. Let me refresh it.
Yeah, 269,808 is what I
Let me make one final pitch for Rainbow the Brute. It is an opportunity. We live in a world right now in which feminists are taking over the entertainment industry and inserting feminism and females in high quantities. Let's just put it that way. Low quality, high quantity into Star Wars, into comics, into everything that you love. Ghostbusters, they're ruining this shit. I don't know. Since they're putting feminism in our boys' stuff, how about if we put male chauvinism into their women's stuff, into their girls' property, see how they like it. Just ram it in there, kick it in there with your boot. Rainbow the Brute is a fun tale. Not only is it a story about the importance of fatherhood, as Rainbow Brute finds out that he has a son from a one-night stand with a Polly Pocket doll, who has been raised by women and desperately needs a father in his life. Rainbow Brute's going to take him on a quest that's going to hopefully teach him what it means to be a man. On top of that, he's going to meet, encounter, and fight masculine versions of girls' toy properties from the 80s. It is super fun. Your wife or girlfriend will laugh at it. You'll laugh at it. And it's a nice shot across the bow of the entertainment industry, which is becoming increasingly soy-based. I invite you to back it at any tier. Make sure that you get My Girthy Stallion, which is a high T version of My Little Pony, and all of the other books that we have available here. Rainbow the Brute. The best tier is the Executive Briefcase Edition. That's a subscription to the campaign. You're going to get one of everything, and you're going to get it packaged in a lunchbox, in a Rainbow Brute lunchbox. And possibly, if we get to 300,000, I think we're going to get there. It will also come with a free thermos. So you'll be able to actually take your lunch. Isn't that cute? Just like when you're a kid. More stuff is coming. We're going to make this campaign big. This campaign's going to last for a while. Thank you guys so much for supporting it so far. And if you enjoyed Cyberfrog, you enjoy what I do, trust me, you're going to enjoy this campaign too.
Buy it. There's my pitch. Try that one. Look at that. I summed up what he said. Buy it. No. Anyways, guys, make sure and check it out. It looks great.
Yes, it is child friendly. Really quick. I mean, it is for kids. There's no sex. There's no violence. No sex, no bad language in it. There's plenty of violence. Rainbow Brute uses wrestling moves on unicorns. Unicorns are not beautiful mythological beings in this. They're not, lovely creatures. They're like rats.
The Cabin in the Woods unicorn, right?
Maybe they could kind of be like that, but they're annoying, dirty, filthy, disease-spreading rodents in this. They're just rats.
And Rainbow Brute, they're just college students.
Yeah. So there's a great scene of Rainbow Brute getting choke slamming unicorns and wrestling them and stuff like that. So that's going to be in the book. Your kids are going to absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
Yes, check it out, guys. If you like it, back it. You can get, the intro tiers are $25, and you get a great book. If you go all the way up to 200, you get every perk that's going to come out of this thing, and that is That is a fantastic value. Like, without a hint of irony, Ethan puts out great products. Everybody likes them. They're collectible immediately. They look great on a shelf. And that's the stuff. That's why you're buying a physical book, right? Like, because you could just buy digital editions of all this stuff, but you don't do it because you want it to look good on your shelf or on a stand. You want to have that lunchbox and thermos and the book behind it, and you want it to look great. Go ahead and pick it up and do it as fast as possible. Mr. Van Sciver, thank you as always for joining me. If you could hang out for just a second, I'd like to say goodbye in private, as you know. To the stream, thank you all. This is probably the last nighttime stream for this week because I'm going to Florida. Although I may do something down there. I don't know. We'll see. But I will see you all as soon as possible. I might do a daytime stream tomorrow to cover the Texas lawsuits. Stay tuned to Twitter. Subscribe to the channel. All of that crap. And you'll see it. All right, guys. Have a good night. Yes, I'll be on Twitch in just a minute. Peace. Peace.